Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Oh my god, Evan, thank you so much for the 70-month resub. What the fuck? Are you guys ready for the model? You excited? Okay, I'm gonna show. You ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Model, this is the guy. For anyone who hasn't seen on Twitter or didn't read the title, I guess, the lovely, let me see, I don't know how to pronounce their name. Okay, the lovely Lego Charlie. Their name is Charlie, but their username is LGHO_ on Twitter. I will link them for y'all. It's not quite 3D. It's still like a fully like drawn. It's just a lot drawn. But I put their link in chat for you all. Don't know why I'm using that chat box when I literally mix it up as a chat box that I have in front of the model on my screen. Thank you so much, Speedy, for the follow. Thank you. But yeah, the lovely Charlie, not to be confused with Charlie Swarm, the Charlie Lego. I was gonna call them Charlie Lego because I don't know how to pronounce their username. The lovely Charlie Lego was doing a little model giveaway. There was 2 winners, and I was one of them. And this is the little model they made me. This is so cute. I'm currently 2 for 2 on VTuber models that I have, which have been made for me for free. I mean, the other one was a birthday gift that Mars made me and Jelly. But this one I just won. So I thought we'd do a little stream showing it off. I wanted to stream today, regardless of it. Love free stuff. We love free stuff. But if you also love paying for stuff, I do believe Charlie has model commissions open, or just like general art commissions. I haven't fully looked into them, but I know like this was kind of a little bit of promotion for those commissions. So it's very, very cute. It's very, very awesome. They do have commissions open and a VGen, so I highly recommend everyone go check out their Twitter. Especially if you like the style of this model. It's very chibi. Well, it's kind of that like mid-ground chibi. Is the best way that I can put it. Like chibi would like probably full chibi wouldn't have a neck, I think is what throws me off. Full chibi wouldn't have a neck. But it's very chibi-fi, like their style of chibi. If I lean back far enough, you can also see my feet. I realize if I just get out of my chair, then you can hear me really badly there. There's my feet. If I get out of my chair and I'm standing away, but in like, if I'm standing in line that my webcam can see me, but I move backwards, the model gets smaller. Oh my god, thank you for the 10 biddies, Speedy. Ew. How much have you changed in 2022 since watching you? I don't know. It's really hard to put that into perspective. I guess I got more depressed. Oh. That's only partially a joke. Oh my god, it's the guy. It's you, everyone point. I was gonna don't point and laugh, but point and say hi, because it's the guy. It's Charlie. I was just saying I don't know how to pronounce your username, so I've just been saying Charlie. Oh, it's so cool. You know what? You're getting a shout out. Lego. That's what I thought. This channel your shout out does not exist. What do you mean the channel I am shouting out doesn't exist? They're in my chat right now. Oh, it's because I had the little colons in it. There we go. I did it. Yay. I love it so much. I was really hoping that your username was just pronounced Lego. It makes sense, but I'm also dyslexic, so I got very scared. That's actually kind of topical, because I was going to stream an hour earlier than I did, but me and Mars Marzaki were watching Lego Monkey Kid, because I'm obsessed with Lego Monkey Kid. But yeah, I love a little Lego-y guy, but I hope you're having a lovely day. Yeah, have you seen Monkey Kid? I fucking love Monkey Kid. Oh, I will go crazy over it. The sillies, they're very silly. They're very silly. It's actually so funny because I was thinking about this earlier because I don't think I was following you until you did the giveaway. But I recognized you because I'm like 99% sure you applied for Mithril volume like arc 3 and it was this close to us like inviting you, but we just had too many people already and I'm sad now because you seem really cool. But yeah, it was like it was so close. That happens a lot where I'd be like, oh, I recognize that person. I don't blame you. It's been like a year since that happened. It's been like a year and I still can't put that server in the grave. It's fine. We love it. It's just taking a while to close out. But for some of my mods know that we're doing a recording for Mithril tomorrow, which is gonna be used in a very soon upcoming stream, which I'm gonna be doing, which will be great. It never dies. It haunts my nightmares. Oh, I love it. I love it though. But yeah, I'm so glad you could pop into chat. It's very nice to see you. I really appreciate the model. You're so very talented. I was yelling at my chat to be like, guys, if you have money, go commission Lego. Do it. But it's very cutesy. It's very cutesy. It'll be around till the end of time. I mean, in some ways, the internet, as much as we like to believe the internet is like an infinite, all like ongoing archive, and it is in some aspects, it's not as perfect as you might think. My only reference for this is I know people who used MySpace, which wasn't me because I was like born the same year MySpace was created. But I saw like a TikTok that was like, oh, I'm gonna look up this picture that I remember putting on my MySpace, and then they looked it up and like, no, everything's gone. But I think that really just comes down to like where you post it on. If something gets on Google Images, I feel like it's gonna probably stay. But then again, Google Images are linked. If something gets on Pinterest, it will persist until Pinterest goes down. But then that just determines if Pinterest ever goes down. Also, what do you mean ugly is another word for beautiful? I think you might have got your literal definitions of words mixed up. Did someone call you ugly and you took it as a compliment? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Not even a mob, but I knew about the recording happening. Well, yeah, that's because you get fucking pretty privilege, Ash. You're like, I don't know how to put it. When, at least with me, and this isn't the same, about, I'm trying to think of words. This isn't the same with every streamer, but I feel like it's a familiarity thing. Because I'm very bad at remembering people who aren't around a lot. Okay, you're being really random and I don't know what the fuck you're on about, so... Okay. Anyway. Like, if I recognize somebody and they're persistent, like, Ash, you are always fucking in my chat. It's just kind of like, oh, I can trust this person to do stuff even though they're just a viewer. And that's not a privilege that I give to many people who aren't my moderators. But Ash gets it because you're just so lovely. Ash is amazing. So true. So true. But yeah, I've been doing this thing recently because I've been home alone this week. So I've just kind of, like, been walking around my house pretending that I'm talking to chat when I'm bored. I would account from 2 years ago. It was, Omen Twitch. vaguely familiar. See, I'm really bad with names. You don't know the most like awkward shit that I've experienced is when somebody was a long-term viewer to the point where they asked me to call them something that was not their username, and I persistently called them that, and then it disappeared for like 6 months, and then they came back, and I remembered who they were, but I did not remember the name they asked me to call them because it was different than their username. So then I was just like, I'm just going to avoid referring to you, but also try to show you that I'm excited that you're back. And now that they haven't been here in another 6 months, I don't remember their username. But if they showed up again, I would. This is just a thing that happens when you've been streaming for as long as I have, I guess. Things happen. Things happen. I can be a little bit silly when that happens. But yeah, I've just been walking around my house talking to myself, which is like not a normal thing. But I've gotten really into like making voice notes. Part of them was just like, oh, I'd be on a walk and you can't really type and walk at the same time, and I'd be walking my dog, so I need my hands to take care of my dog. Because I have a leash to hold and stuff. So I do a voice note, or I'd get out of the shower and I'd be like, I have a shower thought, I need to write this down, but I also need to do all the things a person does once they've just gone out of a shower, and your hands are wet and you can't type. So I was like, I'll make a voice note. So I've got a bunch of like 20-minute long voice notes on my phone. And because I've been home alone, I've just been a lot more liberal with it because I don't have my dad to judge me if he hears me talking out loud. Which is very funny. Also, hi Burger, hello, big number for you guys. Look at you guys. Oh my god. You guys are so amazing. I also have some eggless cookie dough here, or like edible cookie dough that I made. I haven't finished it, but it's good. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I've been very productive this week, I feel. I've been consistently making notes. I got a bunch of like colorful sticky notes ages and ages ago, because when I have to buy like a cable or something off of Amazon, because my headphone cable always fucking breaks, I usually will throw something extra in that I like, oh, this would be useful. And one of those times I got a bunch of like pastel neon colored sticky notes with like that you can put to-do lists on. So I just keep peeling those off and like writing little things to do. I have not got all of the things I was meant to do today done, but I think that's okay. Mainly because one of the things I couldn't actually start doing until I got a DM back from somebody. So I'm probably going to do that tomorrow or Sunday instead, because I said I'd get it done by the end of the week. That might not end up happening, but I'm going to try my best. It's a commission. It's a commission. But I can't tell you what it is because I think it's going to be used in someone's shit, and I don't want to spoil stuff. I would start working on it like while we're doing this, but I am not great at multitasking, or I'm not great at talking whilst multitasking. Is my thing. I need to use my full brain when I am speaking. So unless I'm like narrating what I'm doing, or what I'm doing is relatively simple, it's very difficult for me to do two things at once. And when I'm doing art, I can talk and do art, but it tends to take me longer, I feel. So that's just a thing. But I've got like a shit ton of little to-do list notes, and I've been getting through them pretty consistently. Also I'm into it, but changed. Oh, I see. Cool. Where was I going? What was I doing? I've been getting through. I meant to mention this in my last stream. I was gonna give an update on my secret project, which nobody knows what the fuck it is. But I thought let's do an update now, a belated one. I have, I want to say, 3 parts left, and I think 2 of them I'm gonna get done this weekend, and then the last one is probably gonna take me all of next week. And you guys aren't gonna get to see it until after the Mithril SMP is over, but I have it, and I can be happy. Yeah, it's a little secret project, and the only thing anybody knows about it, and this includes all of my friends, everyone who is involved in Mithril, nobody knows about this apart from me. And the only person who has seen it, other than myself, is my sister. Because I was really proud of myself and couldn't handle not showing anybody. And she liked it. She liked it. I showed her the new stuff that I got done today, which is my favorite part of the whole thing. Thank you, Ash, so much for the community gift subs. Oh my god, the 2 community gift subs. Oh, you got Lich one. How cute. How cute. It's gonna be interesting. Also, let me drink my monster. Oh, my hand is shaking. That's probably from the sugar. I need to finish my monster soon because otherwise I will not sleep tonight because I struggled to sleep after last stream because I drank my monster too slowly. This much of a secret? Literally. I can keep a secret. I'm very good at keeping secrets because I'll either forget or I just don't like bring shit up. And this is just important to me. I think I mentioned how it started as a secret because I just wasn't sure if I was going to do it, so I didn't mention it to anybody. And then I got like a decent, like a little chunk into it, and I was like, you know, with this momentum, I think I probably will end up doing all of it, but I still didn't want to show anybody. And now I just feel, now I'm just doing it to spite people. Like, a couple of weeks ago, in the Discord, we did like a Monkey Kid movie night, which I'll talk more about in a bit actually, because I want to say something about that. But like 2 weeks ago, we did like a Monkey Kid movie night, and Chris Chilzo showed up, and then me, him, and Lizzie went to the Mithril Discord to have like a chat afterwards, just hang out. We were up to like 1, 2 a.m. and at some point, Katie Go Burr popped in, and the instant I mentioned that I had a secret, Katie was in my DMs being like, tell me. And then I spun the tables on her because she was also keeping a secret. That secret being that she got into MCC Rising. But she would not tell me either. So I had to wait for the announcement. So we were both keeping secrets, but it was very funny. But yeah, it's gonna be very cool. It's one of those projects where the more I work on it, the more I feel like I'm improving. Because it's something that I have never done before. And that is about as much detail as I can give you. Is it's Mithril stuff, and it's something I've never done before. And because it's something I've never done before, that means it could be an infinite number of things that I am able to do. Because y'all know me, when you're neurodivergent and you have the audacity, you can learn to do anything. But yeah, it's gonna be very, very fun. I'm just kind of dreading how like you have a theory. That's very cutesy, very mindful, very demure. I don't know why I'm bringing that back. I just find it funny. But my mind, it left me. It went out of my ass. Me trying to get my hair out of my fucking face. I need to trim my bangs, I think, because they're being slightly annoying. Oh, that looks like a little bit manic of expression. I like it. It's fun. It's cute. Very cutesy. Okay, I've completely lost my train of thought. Wonderful. Delightful. Okay. I was gonna follow up from that. We'll move on. The Lego Monkey Kid thing. Might do another movie night Sunday. Where we watch season 1, which will only take, actually it would take like just over like an hour and a half. I think it's an hour. It's 10 episodes and each episode is 10 minutes. And I don't remember how long that is, but I know it's over an hour. It's like an hour and 40 minutes, maybe. That feels wrong. I don't remember. But we might watch that Sunday. It's a bigger maybe than last time because my sister's coming around Sunday. And she's been very clingy, so I might end up spending the day with her instead. But I'll let you guys know Sunday, like, afternoon, I guess. If we're gonna do it or not, I'll do an announcement in the Discord. So, you know, if you're not in the Discord already and that sounds interesting, that was the mithril button. That's not the right button. It didn't even register. Okay, that's good. That's a donate button. Fuck. My stream deck is like slightly, it's in front of me instead of to the side of me. So I just was looking for a D and I hit the wrong button. I'm very smart. I think you should be able to come to this one. Yay! Yay! Yeah, you don't need to have seen the pilot of Lego Monkey Kid to really get the gist of season 1. It is better if you have, but they kind of give like a brief recap. The main stuff that happened in oh, you can create you has built ovens. That's from like one of my TikToks, I feel. Yeah, that's true. That was something I was gonna look into because I feel like there's a way, like, because cross streaming has become like a bigger thing recently. I see some, like, a lot of VTubers, Rin Penrose is the main one I think of, who will stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And I'm guessing that's using one instance of OBS, because if they're running 2 instances of OBS and streaming off both of them whilst playing a game, how fucking cooked is that PC? Like, Jesus Christ. But there must be a way to do that, but I want to know if there's a way to do that, but with TikTok, because I want to get back into TikTok. Editing TikToks is a fucking nightmare. And I need to just go through my TikTok, because there's a couple of my old videos that I kind of want to private, because I'm definitely embarrassed about them now. But most of them are pretty fine. I might do TikToks with my new VTuber, because I think that would be cute. I don't know if I'd use this one. I like this one a lot. And it definitely is cute. But I also like my other one. It's very sentimentally valuable to me, because Mars made it for me, so I care a lot. Last one was fun, so I'm hoping to come to the next movie night as well. Hopefully you'll be able to. Hopefully. But yeah, I'd love it if I could stream to Twitch and to TikTok Live from OBS, but I'm not sure that's a possibility. But I've been thinking about it recently because I've been using TikTok a lot more. Mainly to look at like a Monkey Kid edits. I will not lie. I will not lie. I got into like a fucking frenzy because there's this one Twitter account. And I do not remember their name. Wait, let me see if I can find them. Because they basically have been making their own Lego Monkey Kid and animatic series. It's very rough animation. But it's so good. It's so good. And I love it because they have done some pretty good research. They introduce their OCs into it, but they are both characters who do exist in the Journey to the West novel, but were never seen in the novel. They're the other 2 celestial primates, because we got Wukong and then Macaque. And then there was 2 others, but they never showed up in the show. Yeah, I do not have them as like a recent one of my likes, I don't think, which is disappointing. Will it show as yes, it's a recent search. There we go. They've done like, that's not even a recent post. That was from like back in July, but it was just like Macaque on a motorbike. We haven't met him in the watch of the show yet. He'll be in season 1. I discovered you from TikTok. A lot of people discovered me from TikTok. The thing about TikTok, okay. The thing about TikTok, and partially the reason why I stopped doing it so much, because for like at least half a year, I was posting a TikTok every single day. And what that meant I was doing was I would spend an entire day, sometimes 2 days, voicing and editing, like, well, scripting, voicing, and editing, sometimes recording, videos. And I would spend all day doing that. And it was a lot of work for not a lot of reward. It really, like, took the wind out of my sails. Because I was getting, like, hella views. I remember there was one point in time where every stream that I did, I got nearly like 100 followers. And that was just a lot of people coming over from my TikTok. And then the algorithm changed and Minecraft started doing a lot worse. Until basically like there was no point, because I'd be lucky if I got 100 views on a video. And views shouldn't be like the main point of you doing anything. But if you're working that hard to produce something and you're also not enjoying it and you also get no reward for it, then there's no point to keep doing it. And that kind of was my philosophy with TikTok for a very long time, because it's not easy coming up with like scripts and things to do which are going to be entertaining and fun. So I don't know like what I would do if I started doing TikToks again, because I did try to do like little skits, because I do find doing like little Minecraft cinematics very enjoyable, even though they take a little bit of extra effort. The problem with those is I usually need a person to help me record them, and I have people and I have friends, but it feels really awkward to just call somebody up and be like, hey, will you help me make a TikTok video? Because Elle helped me with a couple of them, and I was really happy with it. But I don't always want to have to do that when I'm hanging out with my friends and be like, hey, help me record some TikTok videos. I'm sure I could MacGyver my way into doing them myself. I've had a couple of ideas. I have like a whole like 1,000 video playlist of like audios on TikTok that I could look at for inspiration. Since I got these VTuber models now, like there's a chance that I might just start using these and just do the little talking ones. But if you want to do good, you gotta put in a lot of editing, because I will see people who just like put random stuff in the background, and talk to the camera, and it's just them, and it's just them on top of a background. It's just like me being here right now. But TikTok, you need to grab people's attention, and there's a lot of ways to do that, and most of them require some form of editing. And I've done a lot of videos and a lot of research on it, and I think I just kind of overwhelmed myself. I have a very bad issue of overthinking just everything about my life, so the semantics of content creation is one of those big things, because when I fucking started out, I wrote essays, literally essays that if I was in school and I needed to write that for a course, I would get an A, about all of the different semantics of being a content creator and using different platforms and all of this different stuff. And yeah, it just became a lot. And this is why a lot of people who want to be content creators gravitate towards Twitch, is because Twitch is a very low, quote unquote, low stakes platform. Like if you want to be a VTuber, you need to have a model. And if you can't make a model, you have to buy a model. And welcome back, Evan. I'm going on a rant about content creation. And like, if you want background assets, you either got to steal them from places or commission them from people or use images. And like, if you want to do good, you got to be appealing. And if you want to be appealing, you got to have a nice aesthetic. Like, the branding is an important thing. There's just a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to think about. And I wrote essays about all of this stuff. And so I feel like even though I am not a very successful content creator, when you compare me to like anyone super big, I have a very good understanding of like the space and like zeitgeist, I guess, because it just interested me. It was a hyperfixation, I suppose. And it's exhausting to keep up with, because there are like, I guess I want to like say there's like 5 philosophies to it, but I cannot think of 5 things off the top of my head. And I'm sure if I sat down and really put my brain into it, I could think of it. You stream, but you don't have any ideas what PNG would be or anything like that. Great idea, great way to come up with ideas for a like, when you're making a persona for online, an image that is to represent yourself, there are a lot of things that you can think about. Making a mood board on Pinterest is one avenue where you just collect characters who you like in different media and who you gravitate towards. You can base one completely off of yourself and maybe just an idealized version of like fashion that you don't have to own, but maybe you would like to own, or a aesthetic that you think is appealing. Um, or like, you could also use pit crews and make a bunch of stuff. And you can also use pit crews to make PNG tubers, or like little tuber guys. But be careful with that. I'd say check if the person who like has those, or check if the PNG tuber you have, or not the PNG tuber, check if the pit crew you are wanting to use because you like the art style or whatever is like allowed to be used for that. Have somewhere on your like panels that's like credits the person who made it, links to the page that you got it from. Or just be careful with it. So long as you're crediting, I think no one can really blame you for anything, but that is a free way to get them, using art that you don't have to draw yourself, or you can draw it all yourself. There's one really, really great account, because they have PNG Tuber Pluses, not the PNG Plus, they have pit crews which are designed to be used in PNG Tuber Plus, which is a more advanced PNG program than VTube Mini. It's a little heavier to run, but it's very, very cool. I also don't remember their name, but I know that I follow them, and I think I've liked one of their posts recently, but I don't remember what account it was on. I use my private account for a lot of stuff. I tend to send things back and forth between my private and my public account, because my private account was really just for me to rant about Lego Monkey Kid, and then I made a second Tumblr blog, so I kind of do that over there now. But I've kind of not been ranting a lot as of late because I've just been kind of... word capacity has not been there. Sometimes when you like spend an hour sitting down writing something, you're like, I could have done something else, and I'm putting every ounce of my effort into my secret project right now. You know what? I actually think this was on my main account. But if I keep scrolling for... Wait, no, I found them! Found them! I'll put them in thing. Just for anyone's case. I think their pinned post is literally their tutorials and setup for how to use their pit crew to make a PNG Tuber Plus. Very cute, very versatile. Really love their art style, so I highly recommend them. What are you saying, Evan? Your idea at one point was a slime guy sort of thing. Slime guys are cute. Hard to find a particular pit crew for those, I'd say, because what I find with pit crews is they tend to stick with very human skin tones, and maybe will have a green or a blue or a red, depending on what they are. I think this one probably is pretty versatile because I've seen people do demons with it. I've done I've done like a Karma, Warren, and Allura pit crew using Suru Draw's pit crew because I like the art style a lot. It was very cute. So I know they have purple at least, and that means they probably also have green. But a slime guy is very, very cute. I think I've seen like a couple. It's definitely a good idea. That's enough that you just grab a fantasy creature. My inspiration for my like online persona since the beginning was just kind of like me, but fantasy me. I actually don't know where the idea of Fae came from because I don't watch or like read any media. Wait, no, that's a lie. Fucking Throne of Glass. Fucking Throne of Glass. It's my favorite book series by Sarah J. Maas. Sarah J. Maas, sorry. Who is probably more popular and well known for their Court of Thorns and Roses book series. Which is different from Throne of Glass. Throne of Glass is their first book series, which was young adult, I want to say. And then Court of Thorns and Roses is adult fiction. And kind of like the final couple of books in Throne of Glass are adult fiction. But a big part of those books are the Fae. Or I think they're Fae. I don't know if they're called Fae. They might be. I think they are. But I never really considered that my inspiration, because I think when I started doing Twitch, I wasn't actively reading them. I've actually heard of a book series called Earthsea, which is like a very classical, like, forebringer of fantasy magic trope, specifically the like true names have power magic systems, which are kind of staples in a couple of media nowadays. So I really want to read those because they sound right up my alley. And a lot of stuff. I've just been watching a lot of Overly Sarcastic production videos because I fucking love them, and just hearing them do like little mini podcasts ranting and talking is delightful. And what's hilarious is I love Like a Monkey Kid. Part of the reason why I love Like a Monkey Kid is because I really like the Overly Sarcastic production summary videos of the novel Journey to the West. That's how I got into like Chinese mythos in the first place. And Like a Monkey Kid I got into afterwards, and then maybe go back and rewatch all those videos. And then I find out that basically in every single stream that Overly Sarcastic production does, specifically where Red is, they will ask if she has watched Like a Monkey Kid, and she'll be like, no, I haven't, but I love it. Because it turns out one of the writers of the show emailed her and was like, we watched your videos for reference for the show. And she was like, what the fuck? And the only reason she hasn't watched it is because she basically draws the novel for a living and doesn't want to steal Like a Monkey Kid's designs, which I think is very thoughtful, very mindful of her. But yeah, that won't mean anything to anyone who isn't a massive nerd like me. But I just like narrative videos. I've been getting a lot more into writing, I think, is the thing. And I kind of hate myself, because, wait, I'm gonna have a bite of cookie dough quickly. That was too big a bite. I want to finish this before I go to bed, because otherwise I will not sleep. I guess I can put the rest of it in the fridge, actually. Monster time! Ah! I forgot what I was saying already. Oh yes, I hate myself! Can't believe I forgot that! No. What have you got? It's edible cookie dough, which I made. If you Google it, there's like a Good Foods recipe, but it's really just like 6 tablespoons of flour, like free of some kind of sugar, or like granulated sugar. Yeah, little cutesy. Little fangs. They stick it out of my mouth. 3 tablespoons of sugar, a little tablespoon of butter. Mix it all together. Add a bunch of milk until it starts to look the right consistency. And then I didn't have any Nutella because I ate it all. So I put in a spoonful of Galaxy hot chocolate mix, and then some cinnamon, and then some vanilla extract. And then I put it in the fridge because it's better if you put it in the fridge for like an hour. And it's pretty nice. It's kind of just paste. It's kind of just paste, which you can like make a little bit firmer. So it feels a bit weird, but it tastes good. It's better with chocolate, but it tastes good. I don't know why I made it, because I kind of was like, it's weird that I just sometimes make and eat paste. So I was gonna stop, but then I just had a craving for it today. I had an Oreo ice cream I could have had, but I was like, no, I'll have paste. I'll have edible cookie dough, which is basically paste. Yeah, it's very funny. But yeah, going back to how I hate myself, I think I mentioned how I have a book idea which I want to write. And it's like an urban fantasy book set in a university. Paste does sound very nice, to be honest. I recommend it. Literally just Google edible cookie dough recipes, and it's really easy to make if you have the ingredients in your house. And it's literally just like flour, sugar, butter, milk, and then whatever like else you want to put in it, like a spice. You could eat it just plain, like vanilla. I think it's better with stuff in it. If you put hot cocoa powder in it, and not like, there's difference between hot chocolate powder and cocoa powder, because cocoa powder is used for baking, so that will work really well. in edible cookie dough. Hot chocolate powder doesn't work as well unless you kind of activate it first with like a bit of water or milk. So I didn't actually do it properly this time, but you know, it tastes fine. It's good. I like it. But yeah, I have this idea for an urban fantasy book that would be like a free book series, and I think would be really cool. And I'm literally putting everything on hold whilst I do this secret project and get Mithril closed out. I was making notes last night about all of the remaining streams for the Mithril SMP and what needs to happen in them and kind of detailing things out. And I had kind of a, should we change this plot point bit? And then I was like, Mars, should we do this? And he was like, no. And I was like, okay. Saves me effort, okay. Which was a very, very fun thing. But like, I don't want to start work on that book series until I've done all this other stuff. Plus, because I have never been to a university other than like visiting Charlie once, I do not know how to accurately write characters who are attending a university. At the same time, I do have multiple sources that I could ask questions for, but it's kind of the thing of, it feels awkward to do that. But then also, I need to know what questions I need to ask. Oh my god, Rose! Hello! Hello, my lovely. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, welcome, welcome in! Hi, guys! My name is Jay, a local Ace streamer. Welcome to the little model showcase. I won this model in a raffle that the lovely Lego underscore on Twitter was doing. It's very cutesy, very demure, very mindful. Hello! Thank you, Speedy, for the biddies. Pizza ovens, yeah. Oh, you found the exact TikTok? How cute. How lovely. Hello, Lazy Dev. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hope you had a lovely, lovely stream, Froggers. How are you doing? What are you up to? Frog Ray. Hey, I'm having a lovely time. We're talking about kind of everything, honestly. We're talking a bit about Mithril and shows that I've been watching, and I've just been going on a rant, really. So feel free to stick around and give your own 2 cents, shove me in a direction of a topic you want me to talk about, because we all know that I love talking. Thank you, mods, for doing a shout out for Froggers. Go give Froggers a follow. Froggers is wonderful. Wonderful little guy. Has actually been helping out with a couple of the Mithril cinematic recordings, which is very cutesy, very demure. But I hope you had a lovely stream. You're doing share on SMP. I feel like I've heard of that. Oh yeah, it's the egg one. Oh, I've seen that on Twitter. Well, I hope you guys had I hope you had a lovely time there, and I hope feel free to raid and run if you need to, or just vibe, look in the chat, whatever you want to do. But I'm glad you had a nice time. Toasts are always about university. Then you ask questions regarding the situation. Then right, that would make cry. Oop! Oh no. But yeah, we were just talking about how. I have a book which I want to write, but it is set in the university, and I have never attended university. So Tarmacat, that is a decent idea. I have like 3 people who I am friends with, that being Chris Chilzo, Charlie Swarm, and my own older sister, who have all been to university or are currently attending university, who I could ask these questions to, and I will eventually, but it's like, first, I have to sit down and think of the questions that I want to ask, and then I will probably ask all of them these same questions to get like multiple perspectives, because right now I'm just like figuring out the basics of the plot, because I feel like when you sit with an idea for long enough, you will eventually come up with new and better ideas. This is a whole, like, I never really realized what the point of a first draft was, and I think that's because when I was in school, I would usually have to do first drafts for, like, research papers. Like, when I did my computer science course, they'd be like, oh, write this essay about this particular thing, and then write another one. And I'd be like, well, what the fuck is the point of me writing another one when this is already good? So I would just end up rewording certain sentences. Go sleep, have a nice time, Froggers, bye! Bye, 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 bye. But I would just, like, roughly reword parts or try and, like, lengthen certain sentences and words that I had. the same except for the computers. Yeah, that's fair. And my point was, when you're doing that for like a research paper, and like me specifically as a person, I don't see the point in it. Because for a research paper, I'm only gonna write stuff which like is relevant and needed, and unless I am specifically told this could be better or this is factually incorrect, I do not see the point in changing anything. So I hated doing it. But when it comes to like literature, when it comes to a story, a second draft is kind of needed because your first idea isn't always going to be your best idea. I haven't watched any Critical Role or Vox Machina, which is like the show based off of it, I believe. But I have heard from people who have watched it that Vox Machina kind of feels like a second draft to the D&D campaign because they had the liberty of like going back and editing things that already existed. And I understand that now. I feel like I have a better perspective of things. At the same time, I still hate writing second drafts. I like just going back and editing through things that I've already written, which I guess is the point, which I guess is kind of doing a second draft anyway, but that's a tangent. Learning how to say the same thing 5 different ways so many people understand. Yeah. No, I get what you mean about research papers. I'm just going off about like second drafts now, not in particular for like stuff I would need to reference for writing a book. I think those research papers can like translate for any form of media, whether you're in school or college or university. Like those are all the same. That isn't one of my questions. That was just like me going on a tangent that derailed very, very quickly. But you're very correct, yes. But even though I understand the point of second drafts now, I still am not very confident in my ability to write one. Because I saw a TikTok of someone being like, I'm writing a second draft of my book, which I have finished writing. This book is 66 chapters long. And their advice was to read through the whole thing and then start a blank document and go from there. And I don't think that would work for me. I don't think that would work for me at all. I'm the kind of person who, when I like to plan very heavily. So I would rather like come up with a summary for every single chapter, or like a summary for the entire book and then detail that into different chapters or different arcs in that book. A good like beginning, middle, and end. And then use that as an outline and then go. It's one of the things that threw me off because Mars has been showing me BoJack Horseman, which I will fucking rant about that show in a minute. Oh my fucking god. But there's an episode where Diane is she's trying to write a book. She's trying to write a novel about her own experiences, but she is really struggling to do it. And the whole time I was just thinking, Bestie, the reason that you're struggling to do it is because you have not made a plan. You have no plan for this. Therefore, you were just writing things and derailing it and going nowhere. That wasn't really the point of the episode. And if she had had a plan, then it wouldn't have mattered, I don't think, because I think the main point of the episode was about her depression. But at least do it chapter by chapter. Exactly. That's kind of like my thing. I started writing a fanfic, and then I just started. I think I've kind of benched it for now because I like my idea for it, but I'm not really. I don't really want to pursue it right now. I kind of do, but I'm also not going to. But I was writing a fanfic, and I didn't finish the first chapter because I made it really, really long. It's like over 3,000 words. But I would go back to start writing a new part of it. And instead of writing a new part of it, I would start reading through the old part and editing it as I went to improve it. And I've done that like 5 times. And I prefer doing that than doing like second drafts. But I think the point of a second draft, and the reason why that you should like read through your first draft first, is probably more so to pick apart any plot inconsistencies when you're writing like a long thing. Thank you, Scalar. I'm glad you like it. It's by the lovely Lego _ LGHO_ on Twitter. So welcome in, bestie. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. But yeah, I think it's about finding plot inconsistencies. Because if there's one thing that Mithril SMP has taught me, it's that when you're writing something, no matter how slowly you go about it, there is gonna be some stuff that doesn't make sense or gets thrown in the ringer. And I will go off about my mistake of implementing a time travel aspect to the plot till the ends of the earth, and the fact that I have failed multiple times to address and retcon it, to the point where I'm just embarrassed about it, honestly. Mithril has done well though, yeah. Mars gave me shit for complaining about Mithril because I'm very self-critical. So I'm complaining about my own skills, basically. And he was like, nope, you're not allowed to do that. That is my favorite media. Shut up. And I was like, oh, okay. I feel flattered, but also I disagree. But I think that's just, when you create something, I feel like you're going to hate it in some degree, whether it's just like from overexposure to it or like just believing you could do better. Because I think if I restarted the Mithril SMP from the beginning, if I could go back in time and do it differently, there's a lot I would do differently. But I also kind of wouldn't want to, because I wouldn't be where I am today if I did it differently. So swings and roundabouts, you know. Don't want to do it tangible. What did you do wrong with the time travel? It seems really solid to me. Time travel as a concept is never really solid. I think the best part about it in Mithril is the fact that no other character is able to utilize it. It is a thing that happened, and it cannot be done by anybody else, because the problem with time travel is it is very messy. Okay? So there are like simple applications of time travel. For example, in Avengers, Infinity War, I want to say, is the one where they stop Thanos, finally. It's either that or Endgame. It's one of them. Time travel. Yeah, I don't think I did bad. I just wish it wasn't there. But I guess it's kind of comparable to a little bit of what happens at the end of Avengers, Endgame or Infinity War, where they're like, oh, we have to return the time stones back to the times that we took them from, because otherwise this could cause a bunch of problems. And at that point, they were still working with a linear timeline, technically, which is a massive bag of worms, because they are definitely no longer dealing with a linear timeline. Oh my god. But when Captain America goes back in time, he stays back in time to live out his life with his wife. And I don't know if that was a great writing decision. I don't know if that was just because the actor wanted to be out of it anymore. Ads got longer. They probably have got longer. I'm assuming there's an ad going on right now, unfortunately. But I can't see. I don't see. I should really get like the thing that gives me a... Actually, no, it is going on because I can't hit the ad button. Oh, that's how I know. Oh, I remember how this works now. Yippee! No, I'll actually wait. It's over for me. May have, I'm pretty sure. It depends. Sometimes you just get long ads. Oh my god, why is my phone... It's because of fucking Tumblr, isn't it? Oh, actually, that's a lot of, people... Oh, that's two Tumblr things. I was correct. My phone buzzes a lot when Tumblr is doing stuff. Finish my monster, like a good girl. Why did I refer to myself as a good girl? That was cringy. Are you guys out of the ads yet? Because I want to continue my point. I love... Okay, Lizzie just sent me a picture from Twitter. And it's very funny because it's something that I liked earlier today. And they've just sent it to me. Thanks, Shroom. I don't know why I said that. Their name is not Shroom. That's their pronouns. I'm very bad. Can't go to... me checking Discord casually whilst I'm streaming. I'm so good at this. Went through your very old chats of your friends to see Windings and binary code. No! I've gone through my chats with my friends to find some weird shit, but never wingdings and binary. I know how to write my name in binary at one point. Professional streamers. I usually make it like a big rule to never check like Discord or anything when I'm streaming, but at the same time, when I'm doing just chatting stuff, I'm a little bit liberal because I also don't look on Twitter when I'm streaming usually, but just chatting, I have the liberty of looking on Twitter. Okay, but my point was with the Avengers thing, going back to that, was Captain America, he goes back in time, he finds his wife, he stays with her, lives a long, happy life with her, and then we see him old in the future on the bench, and it's a pretty cute moment. Whether you agree with it, like, narratively, that they should have taken him out of the universe and plot entirely is up to you. I don't really have a strong enough opinion about Marvel to really care. But that's a good application of time travel, I feel like. Because in that movie, they do not change anything that happens in the future. All they do is get the stones from points in time where they were not being used, basically, take them to their present to unfuck the world, and then go back in time to return the stones to where they're supposed to be. And that's fine. Like, they don't mess anything up. They don't do the, oh, we can go back in time, so let's go back in time and stop Thanos from what he was doing. They don't do that. They're like, yeah, Thanos is dead in the present. He cannot do what he did again. So let's just get the stones, undo what he did, and then call it a day. And then obviously a Thanos from the past timeline comes to the present timeline in order to screw them up, and prevent them from ruining what he accomplished, which adds its own mess into things. But they beat him, I'm pretty sure, and, you know, it's fine. With how they portray, like, the time police, that basically means that as soon as that Thanos enters the prime timeline, they destroy the one he left. But then again, we're dealing with the time police who exist outside of time, and it's kind of hard to tell when their operations kind of started. So I'm just going logistically from the Loki show, which came out after that. But then they keep messing things up with time travel, because I've heard that the most recent Doctor Strange wasn't very good with its time travel and dimension travel. They don't really have, it's not really dimensions, it's time travel. It's both. Because at certain points, another dimension is just a different timeline from the one that you exist in. That's kind of one of the, like, whole things, or, well, not one of the whole things, but there's a discrepancy between it, because if you look at Into the Spider-Verse, Miles's universe is a different dimension than Gwen's universe. They are two totally different universes. But you could, in some way, well, actually, no, that's also not true. Never mind. They're all different universes in Into the Spider-Verse. My point was going to be that, one of them could be a different timeline, but honestly, that doesn't actually make sense in my head now that I think about it. I haven't actually seen the Spider-Verse movies, so I should not use them as reference. They're all different universes in that. And that works fine, because they never deal with time travel bullshit. They just go to different worlds, which all have a spider, so they're vaguely similar, but they're all different, and that's cool. But time travel gets very messy when you do it in a lot of different ways, a lot of different things. I like how they did it in Deadpool, surprisingly enough, because I don't want to spoil the Deadpool movie. Yeah, I just don't want to spoil the Deadpool movie. It doesn't have time travel in it, but it does, like, deal with people from the Loki series. I think that's the best way I can put it without giving you guys spoilers. It's still too recently released for me to feel comfortable going into it. I did go into it on Charlie's stream the other day, because me and Charlie saw it together in cinema, and I wanted to talk about it. But I won't talk about it now. If you want a good like movie that deals with time travel and dimension travel, Everything Everywhere All at Once. I have not watched it myself, but the kind of point of that movie is, if there are infinite realities and infinite possibilities and all of them are happening all at once, then why does the one that we exist in matter? And then they explain to you why it matters, and it's a really good message, and it also points out the exact problem that there is with like time travel tropes, that being, if you can go back in time and prevent something from happening, then what does anything matter? Like, if everything can be erased, then what's the point in getting invested in anything that could happen? This is why I stopped watching the CW Flash, because at the end of season 2, Barry Allen, his dad dies. His dad is dead, everyone else is alive, the day has been saved, and it is perfect. But he decides, without telling anyone, to go back in time to save his father's life and prevent the whole fucking season. And it's stupid. And I found out, because I think that show is like 7 seasons deep and maybe still going, I don't know. But they are still doing that. They have multiple times either used like the Speed Force to go to different realities or dimensions, or have used it to reset their timeline and erase everything that has happened and all the plot that has progressed, apart from like characters who can tap into the Speed Force. They are the only ones who remember. But in season 2, that the only character there who remembers is Barry Allen, and maybe like a villain. It's so annoying, and it completely, I was so invested in that show because my friend showed it to me back in like secondary school and got really pissed at me for guessing the villain in episode 1 because it was supposed to be a twist villain, but it was the most obvious shit in the fucking world. And I got to end of season 2 and I was like, yeah, no, I am never watching this again. I refuse. I refuse. So the way that translates into Mithril is basically, I think my problem with it is now there is no narrative reason why time travel should be a thing. Because 1, it does not factor into the story in any way. It does not factor into the story in any fucking way that is tangible or anybody should care about. Like, most characters don't even know that it is a thing. And in Mithril, it has only been used for 2 things, because the only way to time travel is with an item called a time crux, 4 out of 5 of which have been destroyed. Meaning 1 exists in the whole world, including the various dimensions, and could be anywhere, and could also be destroyed. We just know that 4 of them have been confirmed destroyed. Welcome back, Evan, welcome back. But the only characters who the time crux, the time travel bit was relevant to is Charlie's character, because she was a part of Atmosphere, and they were the characters who used the time crux to travel from 10 years, or probably like 15 years before Arc 1 started, back 10,000 years ago to before the valley was destroyed and the calamity took place and everything was still behind a magic barrier. Because they were adventurers whose whole deal was finding ruins in the present that they could then travel back in time. Like, they would figure out like the rough date of when these were not ruins and then go back to that point in time so they could learn about those societies and like codify the information for the present day, which is something that I feel like scholars in modern day would be really, really interested in being able to do. Like, the amount of scholars who would kill for a chance to go back to like who would like to go back in time to the pre-Christianization of the Nordic countries to learn how their religion was practiced before being codified into the prose Edda and poetic Edda, because those are our only sources of Norse mythology, and they are pre-Christian sources, which means that the Christian religion made it to those countries and started basically destroying their established religion because only one god can be worshipped. Which is why the prophecy of Ragnarok, the conclusion of it is this one god Balder being the only god to continue to exist. He's a god who has previously died. He gets brought back to life after Ragnarok to serve as the one true god of the world. 2 humans survive, a man and a woman. And then a couple of like not quite gods who you could probably equate with angels. So they basically Christianized Norse mythology and made Ragnarok end with the Christian creation myth of like Adam and Eve. And it's very blatant, and it would be really interesting to know what the actual fuck was being done with that. It'd be really interesting. Actually, that reminded me of another great one of the only good examples of time travel that I have actually seen, which I will get back to in a minute. So, you know, I think it's a really interesting concept in Mithril for this atmosphere to go back and forward in time. I think it's really cool. The reason that I did that was because the old owner's character was a time traveler, which was a concept that she stole from that fucking bit in Hermitcraft Season 6 where Grian time traveled. Which works fine in a not RP server where they just do kind of RP bits every now and then for the fun of it. But she completely ripped it from that in the old server that she ran and then wanted to bring it into Mithril. So I had to work around that. That was also going to be a part of Allura's original character, was she was originally a time-traveling evil version of the old owner's main character, because she played both characters until she left after much drama. Thank you, Retro. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. And then if you want a bad example of time travel, the film called Primer, you don't know if it's a good or bad time travel concept because you never know what's going on. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sounds interesting. But anyway, that's where time travel originated from. And because it was already a concept before Arc 1 started, evil time traveling alter ego, basically, yeah. It was that they were from the future, and for some reason or other, Warren had wanted them as a minion and brought them back to the present time where their previous old non-evil version was. And it was bad, so we retconned it. It was also the reason why at first everyone thought Allura was a vampire, because that she had originally been a vampire, until I was like, no, Surin started playing them, and then I was like, Surin, have fun with this character. We are changing their name, we are changing their appearance, you can change the race, and we will have it be a mystery, and we will pretend that they are a vampire as a subversion, because if people know they're a fae, then they'll be easier to beat, so it adds a mystery to it, which I don't think I played out super well. In all facts. So Surin is the one who decided they would be a puka and told me what pukas were, which they're basically a type of fae, which I made into more of a pretty bat fae, whereas they're more monstrous in actual mythology, in like the references, but it varies with a lot of like different tellings and stuff. So that's fun fact for you guys. But yeah, that got erased from Allura's character. But when the first Arc 1 lore stream happened, that was still a present fact. So I factored that into Cloudy's lore, because Cloudy was looking for their missing father. And I was like, how could I make Cloudy's father a part, like in Mithril Valley, without having to get another character to play them, because I wasn't sure anyone would want to play a father figure. And let it tie Cloudy into like the overall plot, because I was trying to just bring people into the overall plot in various ways. That was the whole point of the first bit, and the only people who really took the bait was Elle and Cloudy, because I made Cloudy take the bait because I gave Cloudy the fucking book. And everyone else just kind of fucked off. But you know, it was a very unstructured, messy time, and if I wanted it more structured, I should have made it more structured. You know, it's on me. Swings and roundabouts. We learn. In laws of physics, because there's principles. Okay. So I made the leader of atmosphere Cloudy's father and made them time travelers to allow that to be a possibility. And then when Cloudy left, like near the start of arc 2, we weren't really focusing on atmosphere because we were looking at books that Charlie had written, but Charlie is an immortal phoenix, so I think maybe it got brought up that a time crux was destroyed in her journals, but other than that, it wasn't mentioned. So it just like faded into background. I wrote all of those books like before arc 2 even started, so I didn't even think to go and edit them. Like by the time we got to read them, I had forgotten what they said kind of long ago. And it just like fizzled out of the plot because it wasn't a plot point anyone cared about, but it remained attached to Charlie's character because of this. And I don't like it in arc 3 because I feel like it messes things up. And the only reason that it doesn't mess things up is because atmosphere did not change anything. There's this one stray point of like part of the reason why atmosphere traveled, like they went to investigate the barrier, couldn't really see much past it, but they saw a person inside the barrier, which meant they knew, like they thought that people inside were still alive and just like were magically protected by this barrier, and they did not know why. And they kind of guessed how far back they would have to go, but that person they saw on the other side of the barrier was Charlie. And they could not confirm if it was someone who looked similar or actually was her, and that was concerning. But they still went back in time to try and like learn of this old world, and they did that. Their writings made it to the present, preserved, probably by Hilaria's own magic, for other people to find and learn about the world behind the barrier. They succeeded in their mission. But because they went back, they all lost their lives, apart from Charlie. And the only reason she didn't die is because she is incapable. Because she's a phoenix and will always come back. She's like the purple guy. Charlie always comes back. And so I think, like, in that aspect, it's kind of beautiful that even in death, they succeeded in their mission, even if it took fucking 10,000 years. But it's also messy. Because when I really think about it now, with Cloudy's character no longer being a part of the server, there's no reason for the time travel aspect to still exist. I tried to hold it over with by making Moon's mother related to Hilaria, because I wanted more like access for us in Arc 2 to learn about Atmosphere and their group. So for anyone who hasn't read like, or who didn't watch Moon's like Mithril streams back then, at some point I will go through those books that I wrote for Moon. But it was all from Hilaria's POV of looking through the ancient cities, and I did a bunch of builds in ancient cities to sort of canonize why they existed in the Mithril world. Good job, Speedy. But yeah, the only reason I think it works is because it does not change anything. They did not stop the calamity. Mithril has a linear timeline where no matter like what you do, going back into the past will not change the future, because the future that you are living in is the future that the past events have caused. So all you will do is go back in time and cause those events, no matter what you try. Hi, Chilzo, I'm ranting about the time travel again, because I'm angry about it, because I hate myself. I don't think it's a terrible application, because when I actually think about it, I did what Outlander did. And Outlander is probably one of the best applications of time travel I have ever seen in a show. So let me tell you what Outlander is. Outlander is a TV series. I do not know where it is on. Massive content warning for it, because it is a period drama. It is a period drama about a woman from, I want to say like 1960s, called Claire Foster. And her husband go on a honeymoon to Ireland, and she visits Stonehenge. And she ends up going back at night, and Stonehenge basically teleports her back in time to before the American Revolution. I don't know the exact time period, it's like the 1800s. And she has to live in this time period. She does not know how to get back home. The pillars will not, like, send her back. And so she lives through this time period, and she does figure out a way to go home, but by the time she's figured that out, she has fallen in love with this guy called Jamie. And, like, she has a life in this past now. And she does end up going back try to go back to her present, but she ends up overshooting and going to, like, our present, like the 21st century. And the reason that it works is because no matter what she does, like, she has knowledge of the future, and she will talk to, like, her husband in the past about those events, but they never change anything. The only thing that she changes is, in one of the later seasons, she invents penicillin a couple years before it was meant to be invented. But she does not announce this to anybody. She does not make a big deal of it. It is just a thing that the people in her community have access to because she's also a medically trained doctor. And it goes into, like, witch trials and the French Revolution and the American Revolution. And there's one gay character in it, who I can't say if he's handled well or not because it's a time period. So it's like, the one instance of it that I know is that he's like a nobleman, and Jamie kind of offers himself to him, being like, I need your help. You could like fuck me, even though I'm not into that. I just need you to help my wife. And he's like, yo, I might be attracted to you, but I'm not going to use you, my dude. I will help you out of the goodness of my heart. And he's a great man. He's not a focus character, and I have not watched this show, but it's one of my dad's favorites. Which is why we talk about it. But it is also a period drama. And one of the reasons I have not watched it myself is because it's a period drama. And they don't treat women very well. Or a lot of characters very well. They will... But there's a lot of sex scenes. And sometimes the consent isn't great. Because it's a period drama. But they expand on anyone who does, like, problematic shit in it, I think, gets their comeuppance, apart from this one guy, because there's a whole plot point about Jane's first husband from the time that she got, like, taken from has an ancestor doppelganger sort of situation. And she's like, this man is a horrible person, but we cannot kill him, because if we kill him, you are killing my future husband. And if he cannot exist, then I would have never traveled back in time, and we will break the timeline. So she's actively trying to preserve the timeline whilst also being on the correct side of it. And yeah, it works because it's a linear timeline, and they use the time travel aspect a little bit more for drama and stuff. My dad's very impatient because they're currently working on the final season and it's not out yet. And he really wants it to be out now. But my point is, it's a good use of time travel because, one, they cannot overuse it. It turns out that there is not just one like mystical source of time travel magic they can use. There's one in Ireland, Stonehenge, and then there is also one in America that they find when the show moves over to that general location. I don't think there's ever one in France, even though they spend a good, like, season there. I know there's one in Ireland and one in America. Added to that, not every person can time travel. When you are at the location you need to be at, you have to be able to hear the drums. And if you cannot hear the drums, and we do not know what allows a person to hear the drums, but if you cannot hear the drums, if you cannot hear the song, you cannot travel back or forwards in time. And finally, every time you want to travel, you need a gemstone. And gemstones are not very easy to get a hold of. So A lot of the time it ends up being a one-way ticket until the plot demands it. Or New End. Stonehenge is in England, Ireland. Then it's New End. I'll be real, I did not know there was a difference. I don't know very much about geological artifacts or locations. I am very stupid. Also, hello, Quib. Hi. I don't know if that's how you pronounce your name, but don't worry. But yeah, Outlander, great use of teleportation. Probably one of the best I've seen in media because it's a linear timeline, and even though they travel back and forth, they never really disrupt anything in a noteworthy case that would alter the timeline. It's all very small scale of stuff that probably wouldn't be written about in the history books. I think the one like source to know about each other like in the future is the obituaries. Because there's at one point that the character Jamie gets poisoned. And thank you. It's made by the lovely Lego _ on Twitter, and they have a cool Twitch, and we like them. Yippee. Yeah, Jamie gets poisoned, and the person who is with him trying to like get him back to their camp for like safety is like, we know you're not going to die here. I've read your obituary in the future. This is not how you die. I don't think it says in that how he dies, but I think he just knows that it's not the year that he is going to die. So that's the only really reference point they have, and they are aware of future events. Some of them are aware of future events, but they never change any of them. They just kind of put themselves on the correct side, or will aid things that are like are already like happen in the future along. So I think it's a good example of time travel. I'm not an expert, and I have not watched the full extent of the show, but from what I've seen of it, it seems pretty good from a narrative aspect. As for the actual show itself, probably not my cup of tea. I like fantasy. Because it makes me not think about the horrors of the world. And when you're dealing with a period drama, you tend to see a lot of those horrors. Bridgerton kind of interests me. It's not fantasy at all, but it's a very fictional period drama. So it interests me because of that, but it's also not my cup of tea. I like high fantasy things. I like your D&D style fantasy, or like your urban fantasy. But yeah, I feel like that's a good example. And even though my dad didn't watch that show when I was writing Mithril initially, I think I've done kind of the same thing. With the main difference being the time crux is more of a time turner, like in Harry Potter, which is a bad example of time travel, mainly because it becomes irrelevant very quickly, and is used in that one book / movie to fix everything. Have you heard of D&D board game? I literally just brought it up. Yes, I've played D&D before. I don't play it very often because I usually don't have people to play it with, but it's cool. I like the character build systems, and I like because D&D is a game and it has to be accessible for everybody. I like how they have all the character stuff laid out. Like you can get a very good understanding of like what is different between an elf and like a human and a dragonborn, and all the different abilities, and then the different thingamabobs, classes, and that's very interesting. I learned recently that all magic in D&D 5th edition is different ways of manipulating this thing called the weave, which is just basically like the source of magic in D&D 5th edition. Every different, like being a bard, being a monk, being a witch, not a witch, a wizard or sorcerer, you're all just manipulating the weave in different methods. Whereas in like 4th or 3rd edition, every kind of class had a different way of doing magic that was different. Apparently, I'm not an expert on that. I don't know a lot about the other editions of D&D. I'm a 5th edition kid, but it's interesting. The Force is a fun thing. I watched a video, or like I heard someone talk about, I'm not a Star Wars kid, I heard someone talk about the Force and its applications, and how like, because of the budget and the time period the first movies were made in, you kind of just see the Force be used for like Jedi mind tricks, and like it's a lot of like telekinesis, bit of telepathy, well, a little bit of telekinesis, a lot of telepathy, and like little Jedi mind tricks. And then it's kind of like a wow, the Force can cause lightning when you see the dude at the end of the trilogy. Yeah, that's the only time anyone uses lightning. Hello, Super Gamer. Hello, welcome to chat. We're talking about my very unprofessional notice on Star Wars. And then you get to see it in like the modern sense, or I don't know about the prequel movies. I can't remember how they really use it in those. But the budget's got a lot better, so now the Force can just do anything. And it gets very confusing because sometimes people will use a Force in the new movies and it'll be like, well, why didn't you use the Force like that in the old movies where we know out of universe? It's because they had like budget limitations and effects limitations of the time. And so it could not be utilized like that back then, but it just ends up being a little bit inconsistent. There's a novelization of the Star Wars prequel movies, the ones with Anakin. I do not remember what it is called, but I know that it is one of the like best written things ever. I watched a whole video about Star Wars. I believe it was the Overly Sarcastic Productions detailed diatribe about the trilogy movies. I believe I did not know they did one about the Rogue One, which is the movie about the people who got the plans for the Death Star to Leia, and then who all died afterwards. Which isn't a spoiler; it's kind of a foregone conclusion, but it's an interesting movie. There's also a TV series set before that, starring one of the characters, which is also very interesting. From what I've heard, but again, I'm not a Star Wars kid. But it was really interesting diatribe about the best way to experience the prequel movies. Andor, yes, I've heard Andor is good. I've heard it's very good. But it was kind of going into like Star Wars was originally kind of inspired by I can't pronounce it. It's like Kasugawa films, which were like some Japanese Chinese sort of action movies. So you can watch the movies with like some people have made different versions of like the prequels where you either like listen to it on mute and you just have like subtitles, and some people like will slightly edit the choreography of the shots, cinematography of the shots, I mean, to make things like more coherent. Or there's just a lot of different like fan versions to kind of fix the mess that the prequels were. But there is a novelization of the prequels, which is fucking insane. It's something that I think I would be interested in reading, because I've heard like the first line and how like it's a very epic standard, and it gets you in the head of a lot of the characters, because there's like a beauty of writing that cannot be shown in like movies. It's an interesting thing when like you're a creative like I am, when I can do like art stuff and I can also do writing. Allegedly people seem to like it. Of the Sith novelization actually flames. I've heard it's good. I think that's what I'm thinking about. You're good, Bug. You're good. Oh god, I know. I lost my thought. Shit. What was I saying? Guys, what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. No. I went to read chat and then I forgot. The movies are basically Japanese samurai plus World War II movies put together. Yeah. Talking about things you can do writer. Yes. Okay. It's a very interesting thing looking at different visual medias and being like, what can we do with this? Or like how you can portray things in different ways through different media outlets. So comics have kind of the best of both worlds in that you get both a strong visual and you can read into scenes, and then you can also read the dialogue, but then you have to leave it up to the viewer to read into those scenes and pick things apart. and you don't get the descriptive nature that a full-on written piece of prose gets, which is where like the Revenge of the Sith novelizations really are peak, because not only do you get to like read what the characters are thinking and feeling and like everything going on around them in such an inspiring way, but you get to use your own imagination to like see what that looks like. And there are some things that a comic iteration or like manga cannot get across as well in the panels, because the joy of movement inspires so much and can elevate a scene to like higher peaks. I feel like a great example of this, with Chris Chilzer in the chat, is One Piece. I have not read the One Piece manga. I have seen some of the episodes of the anime, and I feel like, given especially the like current episodes airing, if you were to compare the manga pages to the anime, it's a lot more impactful in the anime because you can actually see every motion, every movement that is happening. And that's not to say the manga isn't cool, but when you can't see how something is happening in those frame by frame by frame by frames, like, you don't get as much impact as you do in animation. And the same can be said about, yes, Chris Chilzo, I'd love to watch. I will watch anything of you, Chris Chilzo. It's delightful. And the same can be said about like movies or TV shows, where like comic books and stuff illustrating what had just once been a panel into a moving format can elevate some scenes, but it can also lessen some stuff. I'm a much bigger fan of TV shows than I am of movies, because I feel like people get a lot more leeway and a lot more out of them. Like, even though I really don't like the CW Flash TV series, I do objectively think that it is better than the Flash movie that recently released a couple of years ago. I have not actually watched that movie. I have heard very bad things about it, and I will say that. But same with, like, there is some stuff in comics are a mess. There's some stuff in comics that you can, like, read and really enjoy that I feel like a lot of movies don't really do a great job with in certain aspects, whether it's because the writers just like miss the mark. Like in the Avengers movies, Captain America doesn't really get to do anything, and it's kind of sad. Comics are very confusing. You're very correct about that. My main experience with the comics is the Sonic comics. That's good for some people. All right, good to know, Skylar. I'm gonna take this ad moment to eat my cookie dough before I fucking forget. Cookie dough break. It was too much. With comics, I think the best thing to do is to think about exactly what comics you want to get into. For example, if you want to get into like Batman comics or Superman comics, just do a bit of research. Do a bit of research into what comic you want to get into, whether it's Batman, Superman, The Flash, Spider-Man, and look online at which writers are kind of like hailed as having the best comic runs, and then read that run. Because the thing with comics is they will get like an author will be hired and will have an idea and will do stuff with a character that a different author may not do. And comic runs are usually not very long. So you're better just finding one that you like, a writer that you enjoy, or something that is very critically acclaimed, and reading through that run, and then either finding stuff similar to it, other stuff that has been written by the same writer, or other stuff. Because the thing with comics, especially Marvel and DC comics, is there is and there isn't a continuity. The whole anyone who has seen the movie Avengers Civil War, I will tell you something. Actually, no, Civil War isn't the that's not the name of it. That's not the name of it. It's not Infinity War either. There's an event in the Marvel comics. Infinite Earths, Crisis on Infinite Earths. And that was basically every time a new author had a new idea for one of the characters in the Marvel comic universe, they would make a new universe within it. And that's how you get, like, oh, Peter Parker is a teen in this comic run, but is an adult in this comic run. Or, like, there's a whole What If series of different things, and DC also has one. That's a DC one? Okay. There's one for Marvel as... Wait, no. Marvel might not have one. I might be getting it confused because I was thinking of Civil War there for a minute. That's DC. Okay. DC. There are different Batman runs where he has different Robins. Sometimes it's a consecutive thing in a universe. Sometimes it was completely different universes. Different origins for different characters. Thor's original origin was he was stripped of his memories and his powers and lived on Earth as a guy called, like, I don't remember his name. They made a reference to it in the first 4 movies. They don't acknowledge it as an event, really. Yeah. But it was originally done because they wanted to, like, have a concise continuity, and then that failed. Because the thing was, even though they did that, and they put everything into one universe, future writers were like, I don't want to be stuck in the confines of this universe. I want to expand. And so the multiverse remade itself. So there's benefits to having a multiverse in comics, because it means you can explore a character in a lot of different ways. And that's kind of like the beauty of fan fiction at the same time. Where people would take characters and put them in different situations, different universes, or rewrite certain scenes. Or like, what if this went this way? What if that went that way? Those are some of my favorite kind of fan fictions, is where they take characters and do something completely different with them, because I think that's just really interesting, to take characters that you love and do something else with them. It's part of the reason why I had like a Mithril fanfic that I was doing at one point, where I was just like, what if Selene won? What if she took over the thing, to see what that would be like. Multiverse, so long as your plot doesn't revolve around cameos and meaningless plot lines. Yeah. Having a multiverse isn't bad. I think having a plot that revolves around the multiverse is bad. I think the only multiverse plot I have seen that is good is the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, or like, I mean, has heard is good. I have not watched it, but I heard it is very, very good, and I want to watch it at some point. I'm probably going to watch it with my dad at some point. But if the multiverse is the focal point of your movie, you are likely going to fail, unless you were into the Spider-Verse, which is the only other good example I have seen. Chilzo, you're correct. I literally said that at the same time you sent the message. Only other good examples I have seen is Into the Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse, whatever one you want to talk about, and Everything Everywhere All at Once. 2 pieces of media that I have not watched myself, but know a little bit too much about. But yeah, this is what I mean with getting into comics, is every different issue is basically its own different universe. Though some of them will be a continuation of different issues. It just depends on which ones. I am not into the Marvel or DC comics myself. I know a couple bits of trivia, like the origin of the Venom suit and how it originally came about and how that got changed. Like the Venom suit, a lot of the powers the Venom suit has in like popular media nowadays came from a Spider-Man cartoon, which is really, really interesting. And like the X-Men, Wolverine has a clone, big part of the Logan movie. That character came about from an X-Men cartoon. DVD called The Casting. Frank Stone has a bit multiverse stuff in it, and I quite enjoyed, because it wasn't the whole focal point, but it was relevant to the plot and greater lore still. You can make it work like that, yeah. I'm not saying it's a no-go never, like it definitely can work, and I have seen plenty of examples where it can work. What I mean is, it does not always work, and a lot of the time it can make things messy. Seribot just banned somebody. Good job, Seri. I know what you're saying. I agree. Good. Nice to know. I just want to make sure I'm not being confused. But like modern Marvel movies, I think are pretty bad with it. Oh yeah, I see what they were banning now. Thank you, Seribot. We love Seribot. Seribot, big up Seribot. Woo! Woo! But yeah, I think multiverses work best where either the multiverse does not acknowledge each other, or the multiverse acknowledges each other in a satisfying way, and it's difficult to do that. But like Everything Ever All at Once acknowledges the multiverse as an existential question of if all of these different realities exist and I can see them all, what is the point of my own one? And what is the point of doing anything? And it answers that question in a satisfying way, and it's very interesting from what I hear. I won't spoil the movie because I think I do know how it ends, but I've again not seen it. Into the Spider-Verse, which the whole point is the different like multiverses, and they explore a couple of them, mainly in the second movie. I think the first movie is all in Miles's central universe. And that works very good because it is only really focusing on the spider characters and the drama of that, and they don't have anything else busying up the plot. In that, it is just every universe has a Spider-Man, apart from the one universe, but that isn't supposed to exist. Because chat can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe spoilers for Across the Spider-Verse. I do not know. I don't know if people care. It's been a while since the movie came out. But so Miles Morales is the focal character of Across the Spider-Verse and Into the Spider-Verse. And he gets bit by a radioactive spider, just like Peter Parker, meets Peter Parker, who then tries to train him, and then Peter Parker dies. And then in the second movie, at the end of it, which is why I'm talking about spoilers, because they're both big plot points of the movies. The end of the second movie, Miles tries to go back to his home universe, but goes to the wrong one. And he goes to the universe that the spider that bit him was supposed to be in. So the Miles that we have been watching is not supposed to be Spider-Man. The Spider-Man of this universe that he is now in was meant to be Spider-Man, but because he did not become Spider-Man, because he never got bit by that spider, he is instead the Prowler now. Where Miles, in his own universe, was probably meant to be the Prowler, which, if you read into the color scheme of his outfits at the start of the first movie, is quite apparent. And that's also probably why Miguel doesn't like him, because he's already broken a canon event before. Oh my god! Wait a fucking minute, Miguel, you're a bitch! If the fucking one, how did the fucking time stream break for the spider from one dimension to get to Miles's dimension to bite him? How did that happen? And two, if that's possible for that to happen, then that means canon events are bullshit. Because there's a universe without a Spider-Man, because it's the spider fucking went to a different dimension. I'm not yelling about the writing, I'm yelling about Miguel, because I think the whole point of the third movie is probably going to be like, yeah, bitch, there are canon events, or maybe sometimes shit just happens, and maybe there's just a pattern. Spider got dragged in from Kingpin meddling with the timeline in the first movie. Okay, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate you. But yeah, if even if it's not his fault, it's like, yeah, it makes sense why he doesn't like Miles, even though it wasn't his fault for the spider traveling. But like, the spider biting them should also be a canon event, which means the whole thing about people dying shouldn't be a canon event. I need to watch these movies, man. I will feel somewhat more confident talking about it if I watch these movies. I have a whole spider persona for these movies, and I've not watched them. I'm a disgrace. You know what? When they announce when the third movie is going to release, which I don't think they have yet, I think maybe they've said 2025, 2026 or something, but I don't know if that's confirmed. When it's confirmed or whatever, I will watch the next ones. Yes, we'll do a Discord movie night in the future. After Lego Monkey Kid, we will sit down and watch them. I love Ace J Spider Sona. I need to finish the sheet, because I did like a sketch of the new reference for her. And I'm really happy with it, but I meant to go back and line it because I was like, Originally, I was doing them for Art Fight because I wanted to have a bunch of OCs to put on Art Fight, not for the previous time, but for like future. But I haven't finished it. I did my like a Monkey Kid OC, who is the descendant of the White Tiger or the White Wolf Spirit, one of the 27 mansions of the Celestial Realm. She is a descendant of that asshole who shows up in one episode of season 4 and is a dickhead. And she's very shy and scared of people because she's sad. Yeah, I like a Monkey Kid too much. I went on a whole fucking tangent though about all of that shit. And I want to make it clear, most of my opinions and my knowledge comes from overly sarcastic productions, live streams, VODs, detailed diatribes, all of that kind of stuff. I do have my own opinions, and I agree with most of their opinions, which is why I talk about them. But I guess take what I say with a grain of salt, because a lot of the media that I've just talked about I have not seen or am only vaguely familiar with, so I'm not an authoritative source. I just have borrowed opinions. But, you know, I'm a little silly. But yeah, back to Burger's thing. You want to get into comics, just do a bit of research, find what are the interesting comic runs that you think might be cool, read them. My main experience with comics has been the Sonic the Hedgehog comics, not the current run. So, fun fact about Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic the Hedgehog, I think still to this day, has the longest running comic series known to man. It has almost 300 issues in the Archie comics, which was the previous run before the IDW picked them up. Or before IDW picked them up. And the Sonic the Hedgehog comics are a mess because they were originally inspired by the Sonic Saturday Morning cartoon, where Sonic was a freedom fighter fighting against Dr. Eggman, who had taken over the world, and he had Princess Sally Acorn, who was a chipmunk, and a bunch of other random characters who never appeared in any of the games, other than, I think, Tails and Knuckles, I think maybe shows up later. And they all exist, and the comics are based off of that TV show. Or maybe it was the other way around. Maybe the TV show spawned off those comics. And they also slowly, progressively incorporated parts of the video game lore into them in varying degrees, as well as their own lore, which quickly led to them also having a multiverse. But the way that they would do it, the way that they did it in this, and it's something that the Sonic movies have also done, is you could use rings. In the Sonic, like, original Sonic games, you could find, like, rings to go into to play these mini games in levels, and you'd have to do that to get the Chaos Emeralds. And the way they personified those in the comics was as these little special stages were kind of different dimensions, which you have, like, the characters go through in the actual comic pages to get the emeralds sometimes, or do other various things. They made them canon to the thing, and the easy way to do that was to make them other realms or dimensions or universes, and then, or just, like, the pocket spaces, basically. And that expanded into being full-on other universes with different versions of characters. There's also the video game Sonic Rush, where Blaze the Cat is an alternate universe version of Sonic the Hedgehog, who is also the protector of the Soul Emeralds, and she comes to Sonic's world because Eggman steals her emeralds and she needs to get them back before returning to her world. And then a Sonic Rush Adventure, where Sonic goes to Blaze's dimension and has to get, like, his emeralds back, or, like, he just needs to get home, basically. You said fact check from your brain. Thank you, Chris Chilzo. Thank you so much. Love you. Love you. I love Chris Chilzo. Yeah, the Sonic Rush is the only game that I can think of. Oh, actually, that is not true at all. Being a video game series means that, like, relationships with dimensions and time travel is very, very different. And I can go into, like, a whole thing of it. The game Shadow the Hedgehog, the whole selling point of it is that it has, like, 26 different endings, depending on how you play the game and what stages you do and what different, like, missions you do, because every stage in Shadow the Hedgehog, you can do the good route, the evil route, or the neutral route. And which one you do will determine what your next stage is. And then what you do in that stage will determine what that next stage is. So there are so many routes in that game. And we do not know which one is canon. People have opinions on what the true ending of that game is. I think there actually might be a centralized true ending, but it's still pretty open-aired. There is Sonic Rush, which deals with a direct different dimension with Blaze the Cat, who is a different dimension, canonical different universe version of Sonic, or like that universe's equivalent to Sonic, I guess would be a better understanding, kind of like how like Gwen is her universe's version of Miles, and Miles is his universe version, well, shouldn't be, but is now his universe's Spider-Man and version Peter Parker, even though he's not. Confusing, anyway. And then there's the game Sonic 06, which has time travel. And the best part of that game is that it retcons itself from existence. But how they do it in that game is basically, the Kingdom of Soliana had this great responsibility of, wanna hear a dad joke? Sure thing. I'll read it once I finish this rant. They had this responsibility of this great evil called Solaris, or like Iblis, which they had to keep separated because it was a monster, and that's a good dad joke. And if they fucked up, it would destroy the world, and then they fucked up, and in order to stop it from destroying the world, they sealed it within the princess, and everyone else died. So this princess was cursed, because if she ever cries, she will release the flames of disaster, and release Solaris, and once Solaris combines with Mephiles, it will create Iblis, and Iblis will burn the world to ash and destroy it. And Silver the Hedgehog is from Crisis City, which is like a metropolis which has been completely burned and scorched by Iblis. And his universe is destroyed. Blaze the Cat is also there too, which doesn't make any sense because she's from another dimension, but their reasoning for that is that they kill her later, and her spirit goes into a different dimension, is reborn in the new dimension, which makes no fucking sense. They just wanted to canonize her to the main game series and not keep her in side games, which is stupid. It's really stupid. We ignore it. But Mephiles ends up sending Silver back in time to kill Sonic, because he says Sonic is the reason. Thank you, Biological, for the follow her. Mephiles tells Silver that he needs to kill Sonic the Hedgehog, because otherwise the future will stay ruined, and if he does that, then he will save the world. And Silver's like, oh boy, I'm gonna murder this bloop guy, yippee! And he's like, but also he's kind of depressed about it, so he goes back in time. And then there's a lot of time shenanigans. Silver tries to stop Sonic. Sonic is just trying to save Elise from Eggman. Shadow and Silver go back in time to when the flames of disaster were shoved inside of Princess Elise to see how that happened and to show Silver that Sonic is not the person he needs to be killing. Shadow goes into the future and accidentally releases Mephiles. Wait, no. Shadow is sent on the mission by Gun in the present and accidentally releases Mephiles, who takes on his appearance in that moment. He's like, oh, I didn't expect to be reborn from your shade, Shadow the Hedgehog. I think that's the actual line that Mephiles uses. He has no mouth. He's just like a grey, more emo version of Shadow the Hedgehog, but like a worse character. And then Mephiles is just trying to kill Sonic, because if Sonic dies, Elise will cry and release the flames of disaster, and he'll be able to form Iblis. And eventually he does that, and Iblis exists within all spans of time and space, so the only way to kill it is for Sonic, Shadow, and Silver to each go to a point in the past, present, and future and kill it. And they all do that, and then Sonic and Elise are sent back in time to when the flames of disaster, like before her father did an experiment to try and do something with it. And Elise is like, if we blow out the flames of disaster, we will have never met, and that will be sad, but also we will never have to deal with an ancient threat that will destroy the world. And Sonic's like, yeah, blow out the fucking candle. And then she blows out the candle, and then we get like a reprise of the first cutscene of the game, and Sonic sees Elise and he runs away. he just visits Soliana for the festival. Nothing bad happens. Eggman doesn't show up because there's nothing for him to gain. And we never see Silver in a good future, so we don't know if that happens. Blaze is still dead. I think that's the only thing that has like remained, is that Blaze is still dead because she in the future sealed Iblis inside of herself. Or like Ifrit, which was like an offshoot of Iblis, I think, and then died and then got sent to another dimension. So she erased herself from the timeline. Hi, Dead Boo. Thanks for the follow. Ah! But yeah, that's how time travel got into Sonic the Hedgehog, and it's the worst example of it I've ever seen. But they incorporated that in one way or another. Oh, thank you! I was showing off my model today. It was made by the lovely Lego on Twitter, and they have a Twitch. I'll post their link again. Actually, I'll just do the shout out for Lego again. They have commissions open, so if anyone has money, and oh wait, do I know how to? I don't actually know how to spell Lego's username. No, we're getting them on Twitter. We're getting them on Twitter because Twitter is more reliable for me being silly and stupid. Yeah, they made this model for me as part of like I won it in a raffle, and I was like, yo, that's so cutesy, so mindful, so demure. But yeah, if anyone wants to commission Lego, go check them out. That's their Twitter link. They also stream on Twitch. Very lovely, very cute. But yeah, the Sonic Archie comics was one of the longest running comic series in the world because it went on for 300 issues in the same continuity, mind you. But they also do have to do a reset at some point. Trying to eat food. That's so fair. I did that earlier. I had pad thai for dinner and I ate it very quickly. Shouldn't have done that. But yeah, they have the Sonic Archie comics do a really funny thing because Sonic gets replaced by an evil version of himself from another dimension who gets so pissed off that he decides that he does not want to be associated with Sonic. So he dyes his fur green, changes his name to Scourge. People might have seen him around on the internet because they went crazy over this guy. Like, evil Sonic? Hell yeah. And also forces all of his universe versions of like Sonic's friends to be different than what they're meant to be. Like, I think Amy is called like Rosie, and is actively insane in that universe. And then Tails is called Miles because that's his actual birth name, and he has a weird wig. Or that they give like the animals human hair as like a design thing. It doesn't look great, but it's also being taken from the old cartoon, so I can't hate them. There was also this drama with this author Ken Penders who like stole the rights, quote unquote stole the rights. I say because Archie just lost the rights, the documentation saying they owned the rights to every Echidna character in the series other than ones who had appeared in the games, that being like Knuckles and Carl. Oh yeah, I'm glad I scratched your brain. That's so fun. But he basically made it. They had all this lore about the Echidnas, and like Knuckles is the last of the Echidnas, and then in the comics they let him like bring all of his excuse me, they let him bring all his people back, because I think in a spin-off Sonic game called like Sonic Chronicles, all the Echidnas were in, or like a different kind of Echidna were in another dimension, and that was like a thing, and then they put that into the comics. And it became a whole mess. And then Ken Penders took the rights to all of the Echidna characters apart from Knuckles, so they had to erase them from the narrative. And then there was some legal jargon and a bunch of stuff. And yeah, they ended up doing a reset of the universe where actually I think it was after the Mega Man crossover. I think they did a Mega Man crossover. I think. And at the end of that crossover, Sonic saves the day, and sends Mega Man back to his place. And I think what happened is he reset his universe, and they have this AI Lynx called Nicole, and they have her in this little handheld device, and somehow, some way, she has retained like the memories of the last world. So when Sonic and Tails pick up her console, they regain their memories of like the past 100 comic issues. So they all remember and know, and then they pass that console around to like 5 other people. So I think it's like Sonic, Tails, Sally Acorn, Antoine, Bunny, I forget the walrus guy. I don't remember his name. And Nicole, the AI herself. Maybe Amy. I don't actually remember if Amy was included in that or not. I don't remember. Not relevant. But those like few people are the only ones who remember the previous like 200 issues of the comic. And then they just start in this like new continuity with the knowledge. So like all the characters are basically the same, but the world is very different. And so we learn about it. Like the characters who we're watching already know about it, but they also explain things to the viewer who don't know about it. It gets very confusing. And I think not long after that, the whole Archie comics ended. And then IDW started up, which I hear is a very good comic issue. It started with the Sonic Forces tie-in comics, which were pretty like good for what they were given. Sonic Forces is a terrible, terrible game, story-wise. One of the writers of IDW Comics actually wrote the story for Sonic Frontiers, which is kind of hailed as one of the best stories in a Sonic game that we've had in fucking years. Gameplay leaves a bit to be desired, and it has also given itself a multiple ending with a DLC because they were like, how do we let you play as all the other characters? Let's give you a different ending with a different boss, kind of slightly. A little bit messy, a little bit strange, but it was fun, and I like how they gave Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. One made them playable, which they haven't been since, I want to say Sonic Heroes? Because Sonic 06, you could only play as Sonic, Shadow, and Silver. And Sonic Forces, you could play as Shadow in the DLC. And I think it's just kind of been Sonic and Shadow for ages, but mainly just Sonic. Aside from Sonic Mania, but that doesn't count. I'm talking about like 3D games. But yeah, they made them playable, and they kind of really heavily leaned on Amy's like tarot card thing, which was like an off comment in her original appearance in the Sonic CD games, or game, I should say, which I heard isn't actually very good to play, but I haven't played it, so I wouldn't know. And yeah, I can't believe this went on talking about Sonic for like 30 minutes. Of course it's gonna happen. My point was, they have a really long comic issue where you can just, if you just go and read the Archie comics from start to finish, you will have a pretty good time. I think they have a couple of like one-off bits. I remember there being like a celebration comic stretch where like it was like classic Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy, which was like the last comic that Archie did. And I think that might have been in the continuity, or at least released as like a same issue or part of the issues. I don't know. Big mess, wonderful fun mess, but a mess nonetheless. My god, I have gone on so many tangents. This all started because I was talking about like writive and narrative devices, and then we talked about Mithril, and then we talked about all this other stuff. I am going through the fucking ringer. But yeah, comics are interesting. Comics are hard to get into. Just do some research, and I'm sure like people can find stuff they're interested in. Avoid stuff with time travel, unless it's notably good. But yeah, with the book that I'm wanting to write, which is not having anything to do with time travel, I just need to put down a bunch of questions about it. But I want to finish my secret project, and I want to finish Mithril before I start focusing on it. And the reason I hate myself, because this is where this all stemmed from at the beginning, the reason I hate myself is because I want to write that book, and I am going to write that book. I have had a different idea for another book, though, which would require me to ask a lot less questions from other people and do a lot more research into different things. But it's a very high fantasy concept that would just be a playground for my brain, and I would not need to reference anything. And I kind of really want to write that. And I've made an entire Pinterest board for it. And I know what all the characters are named now. And kind of what the plot is. And I kind of really want to write it. And it's really good. But I also, like, I want to write Devils in the Diploma. Because that's the book I'm actually, that's the name of the book I actually was going to write. And I've had the idea for fucking years. And I've never put pen to paper for. And I think if I'm going off, like, the guise of it being, like... Yeah, I mean, I don't want to start writing anything right now. Rubbing my eyes real quick. I don't want to start writing anything right now because... Okay, it's not I don't want to start writing anything, it's that I don't want to get into planning. Like, I mean, like, writing down planning. I have loads of plans in my head for both, like, Devils in Diploma and this new thing. That I have not written down and, like, finalized, because the action of going through and making a plan is, like, a thing that I would sit down to do for a week. And so I want to mark away my time for that. But, like, Devils in Diploma has the added thing of, as well as having to sit down and plan out all the plot beats and all this different stuff, and I have a bunch of characters made for that already as well, all with their own Spotify playlists, I will add. Like, I spent a full, like, day making Spotify playlists for each individual character who's going to be important in that story. And I think there's even more that I could make. And it's just, like, a bunch of, like, questions about, like, university life and different experiences people have had at university. And trying to mesh modern day concepts and life and a little bit of history, because the protagonist is a history major. I'm not great at history. Yes, the title is called Devils in the Diploma for the book that I want to write, and that's the main thing I'll tell you about it, because it's set in a university and it is fantasy with fucking demons and shit. And I really want to write it. And I think it's just because of the university aspect that it pushes me off of doing it, because when I first had the idea for it, I wasn't even in college yet. So, like, writing about something I had no experience with, I still wasn't sure if I was going to go or not. But university, if you want, I will add you to my list of people, Skylar. I am accumulating, like, a list of people I can go to for whatever questions I need to ask about various things. But again, it's a thing I'm going to do in the future when I have the time to sit down and really plan things out and think about every answer and every question that I'm going to need to ask people, and, like, the appropriate thought to make the university aspect of it real and, like, based on, like, how it actually works, at least in the UK or, like, America, which I'm assuming doesn't change too drastically. But the thing with the other story that I have is, because it is a complete fantasy concept, and kind of just a playground, it's a world building exercise, and that's the thing I've had the most fun with in Mithril, really, is the world building. Because I spent a whole, like, week at the start of Arc 2 revising the world building and making, like, doing a whole stuff with the races and the realms and the, like, locations and all that stuff, which doesn't really factor into the server a lot because it's a Minecraft server and we're all just in the Mithril Valley. But it was still a fun thing and really interesting to do. So I really want to, like, do stuff like that. But my other thing about it is, Devils in the Diploma, from a publishing standpoint, I think would do better. And I think if I ever wrote the book and wanted to get it published, a publisher would be more... I'd have a better chance finding a, like, proper publisher to release that book for me than I would with my other project, which right now I've just titled Mythology. Because what I'll tell you about it is the main premise that I had for it initially was, I really like mythology. What if I just put all my favorite parts of mythology into a melting pot and made my own mythology? And then I realized that one of the things about mythology is that a mythology is a religion that is no longer practiced and that we are learning about after, like, it has no longer been practiced, basically. Which is why, like, when I say Chinese mythology, it's kind of dubious because a lot of it is tied in with Buddhism, which is a existing religion Um, but when I talk about Chinese mythology, I'm more meaning like stuff that happens in Journey to the West, um, which in and of itself is a whole thing about Buddhism at its core. So it gets dubious with that, I will say. Um, it gets a little bit dubious, and I do not know enough about Buddhism as a practice religion to really know where the line is drawn. Um, so I will not comment on it because I don't want to get in trouble. I know I definitely learned some stuff about it in my religious studies class at school. Though the main thing I remember from that class was we did a whole topic about the existence of God, which I got marked badly on, despite my entire class. Like, we had a debate. We were put onto different sides of an argument. One half of the classroom was on the side of like God existing, and the other half was on the side of God not existing. And it did not matter what you personally believed in, you just had to argue the point. And we got graded on our arguments. And at the end of that debate, our teacher asked people who they thought did like good, who they thought made the best points. And multiple people in that room were like, oh, I think Jay didn't talk a lot, but when she did talk, she gave a really good reason, a really good point. And I got marked really badly for that class. And I constantly got marked badly for that class. And the only reason I can think of, because I know I'm not a top grade student, but it was one, my teacher was ableist and treated me and the other dyslexic girl in the class like we were stupid. Constantly treated us like we were stupid and didn't know anything, despite only just like struggling to spell. And two, she was a very religious woman, who, even though she assigned us the idea of like, does God exist or not, didn't seem to like it that I made a good point for why he didn't. Yeah, I will say it this here. I don't want to talk about proper religion on my Twitch channel. I am an atheist. That is just my personal beliefs. The rest of my family is Christian, but not like very devout. They just kind of like, I don't know. It was just like, oh, they grew up believing in God, so they believe in God. I grew up in schools that said you should believe in God, and I don't because they shoved it down my throat too much, and I've always been a bit of a contrarian. But, you know, that's just my thing. If you believe in God, nothing wrong with it. Regardless of, like, whether you're Christian, or Jewish, or anything. Believe in what you want to believe, what gives you comfort, what makes you happy, but do not force that on other people, and do not belittle somebody else for having a different belief than you. In that class, I was just arguing a point that I was asked to for a grade and was given a bad grade because my teacher did not like me. And that is why I am mad. Also, hi, Elle! Hi! You're in the airport? You should... I don't know when you're gonna get home. I'm guessing you might get home when I'm asleep. And you'll probably also fall asleep. Because traveling is tiring, my dude. But if you are not tired tomorrow and want to hang out, I miss you. I miss you, bestie. Mwah. Oh, I will be awake by then probably. But if you want to sleep, you do that. And if you want to hang out, we can do that. Whatever you want to do. I miss you too. Eat my cookie dough. My monster is finished, but I need to eat my cookie dough because otherwise I will not sleep tonight. I could just not eat it, but I'm gonna eat it. We've been talking about Mithril, and we've been talking about books that I want to write and why I'm currently not writing them. And I went on a rant about time travel tropes and the good, the bad, and the ugly, and about how Mithril is fine. I don't actually think I covered my point about why I don't like Mithril time travel, and it's basically just that it's so not relevant to the story that we could very easily just have it not be a plot point anymore and the story would still be preserved. Like, I don't like pointless plot points. There is no reason that time travel should exist in Mithril or be a plot point. because it does not factor into the story. And there's some ways of doing that well. Like if Cloudy was still around, and Steven was her dad, it would at least make a little bit more sense for why, because it would narratively impact her character and her story beat around this fact. But because she's not there, and no one else really has anything to do with it other than Charlie, and Charlie is immortal, so it's of no consequence to Charlie's character, it feels bad to me personally. But I don't think it is an egregious use of time travel, because it does not them going back in time does not change the future, and it's not alter the plot, and no one else on the server can go back in time, so it's fine. Yeah, I ranted about it to Chris and Charlie, but for their lore the other day. Which if you haven't seen Chris's video on his perspective of the lore of Charlie, I highly recommend it. All of Chris's content is amazing. But I mean, Chris Chilzo himself is just an amazing guy. But I highly recommend everybody go check it out. Don't mind me, I'm just actually finishing my cookie there. Ow. Oh yeah, I don't know if you're gonna have great Wi-Fi on the plane, L, but or if actually you need to be on airplane mode, probably. You can't download the fucking Twitch VOD. But if you ever get bored on your way home, I rant about so much stuff in this. It's great background noise, I'm sure. We've ranted about comics. We talked about Star Wars for a bit, which you probably would have enjoyed. Specifically about like the Force and like how it has changed over the years. And about how there is like a novelization of Revenge of the Sith, which is actually very, very good. And we've talked about comics. You can watch Twitch on a plane. Well, if you are bored, feel free to rewatch the VOD, because you'd probably find some other stuff I've been ranting about interesting. I find it interesting, at least. Or if I'm still live, then you can just watch me now. You can rant for hours about Star Wars. I know you can. Great background noise. I'm using it background noise as I'm building a Lego set with my birthday. Ooh, I love Lego sets. I was never really a Lego kid. I used to build stuff with Lego. Well, actually, I built stuff with Lego when I was a kid, but it was all stray bricks. My grandma nearly entered me in a Lego contest where like you would build something with the Lego bricks that you had, and without like a set that you had to build, just using like stray bricks. Because I built like a pirate ship and like some other cool stuff with them as a kid. They were like the really big chunky Lego bricks as well, like the hard ones. But I really want like Lego flowers or like plant stuff to put on my desk, or some of the Lego Monkey Kid sets, because again, I'm obsessed with Lego Monkey Kid, and if I could get some Lego Monkey Kid sets, I would be very, very happy. I know Elle has a Star Wars Lego set that we bought when we went to London last year together. Went to the Lego store in London. You know, got super into Lego. I am solely into Lego because I had a couple blocks as a kid. You're doing Lego flowers right now? Wonderful, Skylar. Ah. You know what? If you want to post pictures of them in the Discord when they're finished, because I love them. Look so pretty. I really want some of them. I want some of them. Once I learn to drive, or like at some point just in the future, I want to go to Legoland with Charlie. Because there's a Legoland in the south of England, and I've only been like twice in my life, I think. I'm buying you for your birthday. Ah, Elle, you're such a sweetie. You're such a sweetie. I don't know what Lego Monkey Kid sets I would want, because I actually haven't looked at many of them. A lot of the stuff they have, like, when you watch a show, one part of the show is that it has, like, mechs and stuff, because, you know, buy our toys. The main thing I can think about is, like, various little Lego characters, but the Lego characters aren't really, like, that inspiring. I mean, I'd want like a MK, May, Wukong, Macaque little figures, because I love that. Those are my like favorite characters in the show. Flower Fruit Mountain is probably a set that I would want the most. I think that's a set that exists. I don't really rate those season 5 sets. Well, they're pretty, they look good, but I just don't rate season 5 as a whole. So One of the interesting things about the Lego Monkey Kid sets, and this probably like goes to Lego Ninjago as well, maybe, is sometimes in development of the show, they will pitch characters, and those characters or like locations, and those things will be turned into Lego sets, but then they will be taken out of the show. So there is Erlang, who is a character from the Journey to the West novel, who like Sun Wukong fought against at some point in like battles and stuff. And there is a Lego of him. He exists in the Legos. However, he's not a character in the show because at whatever point they were going to put him into the show, they ended up removing him and doing something else instead. There is also these two other monkey characters called Rumble and Savage, who going on the macaque concept art are definitely like kind of clones, not clones of his, but like little shadow minions of his, it seems, who have not ever showed up in the show in any tangible sense. But they exist as Legos, which is very interesting. I think it's mainly with the characters and less with the actual sets themselves, because doing like in animation, doing backgrounds is probably a little bit more complicated than doing the characters, because a background is going to be used multiple times in different settings and scenes, so you can either draw like a really long landscape or like get like a model of an area and reuse it a couple of times, whereas a character, you're just importing them into that scene. So I think most of the Lego sets are probably all in the show, but the actual individual characters are sometimes not in the show. And I think that's interesting to see what could have been. I hope Erlang shows up at a different time. He is just kind of a fighty dude. I would have preferred him than Li Jing, though. I won't talk about season 5 right now because we haven't finished the Discord movie night. But Li Jing. Don't like him. He's not even, it's not that I don't like him. It's that I don't like him because he is pointless. That is why we do not like him. Lego saw your mum the other week because you were visiting a city. Like one kid sets, and you recognize the characters from the show Monkey that it's based on, that she watched as a child. Oh, that's so cute. Wait, was that the like? Oh, so I know they do reference a lot of like older content. This is one of the things I want to talk about. I'm mad. I'm mad because I keep seeing clips for Black Myth Wukong, and the game looks sick as fuck. Like, the Wukong in that game though, the staff though, like the effects and like the presentation and the fuck at, like, oh my god, the fights. And the reason I'm upset about this is because the game is made by horrible people. And I think that is just like an interesting conversation of like, every source of media has a dark side. There will never be a source of media, I feel, like that exists. Well, very rarely. But there is always going to be somebody involved in something who is bad or problematic into some degree. And it's whether or not you should let that color your experience with the game. Like bad people can make interesting good things, or can make things that mean a lot to a person. Like, so many people grew up with Harry Potter and adored it as children, only to grow up and find out that J.K. Rowling is a horrible person. Me specifically, my mother was really into Harry Potter, so she got me into Harry Potter, at least the movies. I never really cared about the books. We would just have a movie night every Christmas for the Harry Potter movies. And then I grow up and start using Twitter and find out J.K. Rowling doesn't believe ace people exist, and I feel really targeted. And then I see all the rest of the worst stuff that she has done and said, and I'm like, yeah, no, I don't. Even if I wanted to read the books, I don't think I could buy them because, yeah, but at the same time, there is no just consumption under capitalism, and that is a very true fact. And my sort of not theologic, I don't know the word, my sort of thought process about it is you could buy anything and that could somehow put money in a bad person's pocket. Like Amazon is scummy, but no one stops buying from Amazon. People are going to keep seeing like movies made by shitty people, and like you can do what you want to do to like you can boycott whatever you want to boycott, you can support whatever you want to support. But just like with my thing on religion earlier, you shouldn't hate on people for it. You can hate J.K. Rowling because she is an active, horrible person, but you shouldn't necessarily hate somebody who enjoys Harry Potter. I say necessarily because if they support J.K. Rowling, then yeah, you can hate that person because they obviously, if they're supporting J.K. Rowling, they are agreeing with her beliefs, which is just morally wrong and terribly hurtful to just like multiple groups of people. But I know I have some friends who are like trans or like non-binary or agender or whatever sexuality and hate J.K. Rowling but love Harry Potter and therefore played Hogwarts Legacy, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So long as you're not supporting, well, you can argue that by buying the thing you are supporting the bad people, but at the same time you could buy a stick of bread and that could support J.K. Rowling because you didn't know what she has stocks in. So it's a roundabout and a very difficult theological point. My thing with Black Myth Wukong is I do not know. I just know the company as a whole is bad. By Harry Potter things, so give money to J.K. Rowling. I hate it. Yeah, I think like there's definitely ways around it. Like if someone wants to buy Hogwarts Legacy, I don't like recommending people pirate games because I think with Hogwarts Legacy in particular, J.K. Rowling, aside from being the creator of Harry Potter, had very little to do with that game other than giving them the license for it. And that's also kind of my philosophy with the movies, is like she had a lot more to do with those, obviously, because they were making a movie out of her book series. But I see it more as like J.K. Rowling gets money from that a bit because she owns the thing, but so do all of the actors, all of the set designers, all of the like special effects and the makeup artists, and every single person who worked to make that thing gets a profit. And you do not know if all of those people are good, you do not know if all of those people are bad, but keeping a bit of money out of J.K. Rowling's pocket is probably not worth depriving a bunch of people of a paycheck. Yeah. My thing with, if you're gonna buy Hogwarts Legacy, get it when it's on sale, or don't get it from legal sources, but that is kind of dubious. And I don't think I've ever like okay, that's a lie actually. I don't know how to pirate games properly, so it scares me on principle because you could get a virus. But yeah, you basically got to either bite the bullet and pay for something and just acknowledge that you're going to be giving money to somebody that you don't morally agree with, or you've got to find another avenue to enjoy a thing that brings you joy. And whatever way you want to do it, you do it that way. But when it comes to something like Hogwarts Legacy, I think of it like the game designers do deserve a bit of money for making a game that is objectively a fun experience. And the only bad bit about it is that it is under the license of Harry Potter. I feel like this entire conversation is going to get me in trouble. So we're going to go back to what I was actually talking about, which is Black Myth Wukong, which is a similar dilemma. But the problem with Black Myth Wukong is it's not an individual person, it's the whole like game studio, which I've heard is bad and problematic, which is a really broad generalization. I think most of the people who I've seen play it have been sponsored, and I know a lot of people have been boycotting it for the pre-referenced reasons of like they're being misogynistic and a lot of other things. What game studio made it, I actually do not know. I saw like a Tumblr post about why the game bad, and I heard a lot of people on Twitter saying the same thing. It's Riot. That explains a lot. That explains a lot. Okay. But they're like, is it Riot? Oh, okay. I don't actually know. Let me look. Who made you? Game Science is a developer, apparently. Who I have not heard of. Never heard of it. I think if it was Riot, there would be less of an uproar, because even though Riot is shitty, nobody really does anything about it. It's like how EA is shitty, but we still keep buying the Sims packs. Or some people do. But yeah, I think it's because they're a bit of a lesser known people that people are really attached to, like, them being very bad, which from what I've seen they are, but the game looks really good. I'm not gonna buy it myself. Because the main thing that intrigues me about it is the fact that it is about the Monkey King and inspired probably a bit by Journey to the West. And I really, really like that. But, you know, I'm probably gonna watch either like RT Gamer's done one video on it, and I'm not sure if he will continue to do videos on it. I've seen Sayu, who is the voice actor for Macaque in Lego Monkey Kid, as of season 4, play some of it, and he has a very funny reaction to it. That the Lego Monkey Kid community has been spiraling because he calls Wukong hot, and there's people in the Lego Monkey Kid fandom really ship Sung Wukong and Macaque, which makes a lot of sense if you watch the show. They have the friends to enemies to friends arc going on. They're not quite friends again yet. They're still kind of enemies, but, you know, people are hoping. Yeah, Sayu, he's great. Alejandro Saab, he's amazing. He voices so many characters that I love. Like, I first noticed him as, you know, Sayu in Genshin Impact, and now he's also the lion guy on the Zhaofu. But he's also Akihiko in the Persona 3 Reloaded game, which I fucking love Persona and Akihiko. He is a hot bitch. And then also Macaque in like a Monkey Kids, as of season 4, because before him was Billy Kesmet, but he sadly passed away, and we're very sad about it. But yeah, TLDR, I'm gonna watch a playthrough of Black Myth Wukong. It's also a Souls-like game, which I don't typically enjoy. So even if I did buy it, I don't think I would play it. Right now, the only Souls-like games I own is Hollow Knight and Hades. And Hades, I think I will play at some point. No, Hades isn't a Soul-like. It's a roguelike. My mistake. Cult of Lamb is also a roguelike, and I want to play that. But roguelikes scare me for the same reason that Souls-likes do, in that they are kind of hard. And that is scary on principle. But Hades intrigues me because, again, mythology. It's also got a social aspect to it, Hades, with you talking to the different characters, which I'm very intrigued about. I own the first Hades game, not the second one, and I've not played either of them, and I know nothing about, like, either of them, because I was following the Hades game before the first one released on Steam. I was following it for a very long time, and I just actively chose not to watch any content about it. So it's one of the few games that I've taken interest in that I know nothing about other than a couple stray character designs. And Hades 2, I just kept up the same thing. I've seen nothing about it because at some point I will play them myself. I started to realize a lot of my interests stem from mythologies or religions, because I also really want to play Cult of the Lamb. And that might say a lot about me as a person. I just like magic, and I feel like there are very few more magical concepts than, like, something greater than us. I think it's the same reason why Eldritch Horror appeals to me. It's like something unconceivable, unfathomable that could exist at the outcroppings of, like, our vision or our world that was like incomprehensible. And that's just a very interesting thought to me. And I feel like God scratched that same itch, but without necessarily the horror aspect, though they definitely can have a horror aspect. Cthulhu exists. So yeah. We've gone through so many tangents today. I feel like this stream itself is gonna get me in trouble. But I think I've also been rather eloquent with my point, I hope. I don't know. I don't know if I've been super eloquent with my point or not. But yeah. It's a point, it's a thing. It's a revolving door. Love is an open door. What's another thing we can talk about, guys? Because I know I've almost been here for 3 hours. I have some water that I can have if I bring it over. But I'm still in a talking mood, and I'm having a lot of fun, so... I mean, I could talk a little bit about the new story idea that I have. But I also, like... I don't like sharing ideas that I have for, like, stories and stuff, because even if I told people the whole thing, with it not existing already, there's very small possibility someone would be able to rip it from me and do, like, the exact same thing I want to do with it, but it's also just a bit of that, like, artistic integrity, you know? Like, on the off chance someone did take it, I wanna keep it in my back pocket. But, I guess the basis for it is mythology, and kind of taking my favorite parts of, like, the Greek mythos and the Norse mythos and, like, bits and pieces of Journey to the West, and what any other, like, mythological knowledge that I have and that I find interesting, as well as, like, different fantasy aspects, like things from Journey to the West or Lord of the Rings. Not Journey to the West. Well, yes, Journey to the West, but I meant to say Legend of Zelda, and other things. You're getting a PC? Hell yeah, Skylar. Fuck yeah, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. But, just taking a grab bag of different mythology and fantasy tropes and putting them together into a story. And what that initially was in my head was, what if I just, like, made a custom mythology that was active and existed in my own little world? And then I realized, wait a minute, the whole point of a mythology is kind of that it's not all fully explainable, or at least not practiced. So if I were to make a world with a centralized mythology, for it to exist as a mythology, even if it's real, it kind of has to be a little bit unknown. And so what that developed into was this post-apocalyptic fantasy world with multiple different realms, and a character who, much like Link from Breath of the Wild, wakes up with no memory and has to venture through the world to figure out who they are. And that's the baseline idea that I have. I will say I am going to be ripping the god not the gods from Mithril, but I like my tarot card equivalents that I have, but I'm going to, like, reshuffle things very heavily. And probably only have, like, I'll have, like, as many named as there are major arcana, and maybe as many exist as there are in a full tarot deck. Almost be a gacha game plot. Definitely could be. Definitely could be. I mean, hey, that's kind of just Genshin Impact when you really think about it. Genshin Impact isn't quite a post-apocalypse, but it is technically pre-apocalypse. It's just, you know, in their game, they've more or less completely rebuilt, but they've more or less completely rebuilt their societies from the Archon Wars. Well, that still has the same kind of idea where they have their societies have kind of been rebuilt. They have full-on cities, and that sort of thing. Wherein, like, my mythology thing, it's going to be a lot more, like, a little more like Legend of Zelda, where you might find one bigger city like a Zora domain, but more or less you will find small little outcroppings and hamlets of like communities of people. Um, the bigger cities will be kind of very like spaced about. A lot of them will be reconstructions of like ruins. I want it to be like, I think the main Norse inspiration that I'm putting into it is aesthetically, because I feel like I want the Legend of Zelda kind of aesthetic, which is a little wagering more on the like medieval side. So I guess maybe going a bit into Arthurian legend, even a bit for parts. I really want to work the Fae into it, but like I'm struggling to do that in a way that I think could be satisfying for the plot. Because the cool Fae are the Fae who are super duper powerful and can do all this bullshit. But then you get the chance of them becoming overpowered. Like, I will say Mithril J is a very overpowered character. When it comes down to a couple of things. She does not get to really flex her abilities. One of the main things of her character was she wasn't pretending to be human in the valley, but she was not using her abilities in order to appear less, like, dangerous. And she started using them a little bit more as the arcs go on to, like, a couple of teleports. But also when you're doing live stuff, it's kind of hard to show magic and things. So the main thing that she's really done has been in the confrontation stream, which is like full her, no bars, no like holding back sort of situation. But you know, even then, she's not god tier at all. She's just pretty strong for normal standards. And I'm like swiveling my chair a little bit. And you've been enjoying. Oh, that typo is very cute. Raoul subjects. That's fine, Evan. That's perfectly fine. Chat participation is always appreciated, but not required. This is another thing I was talking to myself about earlier. Is I'm sorry, I'm sitting on my chair. I've been watching a lot of VODs because I like listening to people talk about things they are interested and passionate in. You put, sorry, haven't talked much, Angel, just been enjoying kissing to you. Rant about this too much. Yeah. I thought that if the sentence had just ended at kissing, I would be like, oh my god, Evan's kissing somebody while watching my stream. What the fuck? No, Evan, you're fine. You're fine. It's cute. You're fine, Evan. Talking a lot today. I appreciate you, Skylar. I love you guys. I love you guys. But yeah, I tend to enjoy lurking. I don't watch Twitch streams a lot. Kiss partner, so not kissing anyone. Aw, so sad, so sad. I like watching streams and VODs because I just like listening to people talk and sometimes do things. But I don't use Twitch a lot anymore, really. I want to get back into using it mainly to like interact with my friends, which I'm just unfortunately bad at. I should turn on my Twitch notifications on my phone because then I'd probably be a little bit better at watching their streams. So I probably will try and do that more, but I'm not I'm much more of a lurker in chats because I just like being along for the ride, you know? And what I will tend to do, especially recently, is I will put on just like a VOD of someone that I watch, usually over Sarcastic Productions recently. Watched a whole playthrough of Tears of the Kingdom, and I also watched the whole of RT Games playthrough of Tears of the Kingdom actually as well. And I'll just have it buzzing in the background while I work because I don't have to pay attention to it. I can just like listen. Whereas when I'm watching a Twitch chat and it's one of my friends, or if I just raid somebody, I feel the need to socialize. I feel like if I am there, I need to at least announce my presence and probably talk a little bit more. And I do not like the expectation that I put on myself for it. So my point is, as a lurker, lurkers are very appreciated. I appreciate everybody who comes to stream and just vibes and talks. It's a nice time. It still baffles me that, like, 2 years, 3 years, fuck, down the line, we still have so many people who show up and do things and want to come. Like, it's gotten less over the years. Like, I'm not gonna say that I'm a great streamer. I'm definitely not a big streamer. But you know, it still tickles me that I still have like a little community who want to watch me talk about random shit. You've almost been here the full 3 years. Yeah, it's crazy. It's actually crazy. I think Kiara is my longest standing consistent viewer. Because Kiara was my first mod and wasn't here from day one, but was here from like when I first blew up on TikTok. So I think Kiara out of everyone has been here the longest. Other than Kiara, Charlie Swarm, because she was not actually my first follower, actually. I think I had a random person on my first follower, but Charlie Swarm was up there. But yeah, that's just a cute little thing. I've lost my direction now. Somebody point me in a direction for stuff to talk about. Because I mean, I could talk about Mithril at Infinitum. I could talk about mythology at Infinitum too. But is there anything you guys particularly want me to rant about, even if it's just like a little random thing or a question? Because, you know, could be interesting to hear. I've glanced at Pinterest, and this is a very bad idea because now I'm just gonna save all the Lego Monkey Kid fan art that I find, and oh no, I'm just sorry, there's a cat meme. The cat meme caught me off guard about anything. A little longer than Skylar. Remember more Mithril if you want. What do I have to say about Mithril right now? Mithril exhausts me. Because whenever I think about Mithril, I think about all the things that I have to do, and I think that's why I've been a little bit more negative about it than I maybe should. I think just by nature of running something for almost 4 years at this point, really, like, takes a toll on a person, and I'm not gonna get into it. I will talk about how, like, I will talk about the ex-owner of the server and, like, minor bits about that. But I will not, like, I will not go into, like, everything that has ever happened behind the scenes on Mithril, because not all of it has been pleasant. I like to think that for a Minecraft SMP, we have had very minimized drama. We have not had any drama other than the owner, the old owner being removed, that has escaped out of the server. And even then, like, most of it has been more of an individual thing. But as the owner, that does mean that most of it has kind of had to involve me in one way or another. And yeah, there's not really a better way to put that. I think it's just a virtue of being in charge of something and being in charge of people and managing people and being the authority or the person of authority in any given stretch of time. So there's been some stuff that's happened, but it's not stuff that I feel needs to be discussed publicly, because at the end of the day, it's nobody's business but whoever was involved, and that's kind of the thing. But I will say that at points it has been mentally exhausting. And yeah, it has been very mentally exhausting. And listen, buddy, you have been lurking. I'm happy the model seems to be working well. I'm so glad, Lego. I didn't realize you were still here, but that's very sweet of you. Very sweet. Running a bunch of people is tough stop. It definitely is. It definitely is. Yeah, I think yeah, I'm not gonna go into it. I'm not gonna go into it. The model is amazing and I love it so much. It's been very fun being able to use it. But yeah, what I will say about Mithril is it's been very exhausting to run, and there is no drama that is going on in Mithril right now. There has not been any drama going on in Mithril for several months. So the only problems that we have had is literally just trying to end it. But I do think that like things that have happened over the course of running it have really like colored my need to have it be done with. Because it isn't a reminder of everything bad or like a pillar of my mistakes. Like as much as I harp on like some of the writing decisions that I actively made or helped people do, I am still super proud of it and I love it. Like I am so proud of the community that we have made, and I'm so proud of like all the people that I have met. I have made some of my like longest lasting friendships from this server. And I think the good far outweighs any bad that could come with it. But I'm also just very eager to start new projects and kind of do better and be better. And just kind of have fun. So that's kind of my philosophy on it. Part of me wants to write like a big thing for when it's over, like talking about like some of the mistakes that I feel like I've made running the server and kind of like advice that I would give to anybody who wants to start their own RP project or run something for as long as I have. But the last thing I want to do is start drama that escapes the inner workings of it. And I mean, I don't think anything would if I'm just objectively talking about running it, but of course, if you're talking about running it, it's also going to involve times where I've had to remove people for things that they have done, or times where members have left that may not have been great. And that's just very, very difficult. Want to write. Yeah, I think I will, but if I do, it might not be a thing that comes as soon as Mithril ends, because I do think it would be something that I would want to spend some time writing. Maybe after I've done my secret project that is Mithril related, and like in between me editing the finale, I might put something together, but that would be a very like something that I need to put a lot of thought into just to make sure it is good. Yeah. I'll wait for the ad to be over before addressing Lego's comment because I wanna address that where ad time is over. It's over? Okay. Scottish lady talking to you. Cool. But no, yeah, definitely Lego. It definitely would not be all bad things. But it would be like an objective look and probably a thanks to all of the people who have been involved and who I have met. But I definitely at least like I feel like if I wrote something about Mithril, I'd have to talk about how I got into position of running it, which means talking about the old owner, who has a twit longer about them, because oh boy. And then I'd probably need to at least include one paragraph about how managing people can be an extremely stressful thing, even if I'm not talking about specific situations. It's still going to be a conversation, even still up as a website. So, from my understanding, is any twit longer that was made when that site existed is still viewable if you can find the tweet. But you can no longer make new ones, is my understanding of it. I cannot confirm this, Fun, what do you mean? Chris Chilzo understands my pain. Chris Chilzo understands my pain. Um, Chris Chilzo is one of my favorite people, partially because he can understand my pain. Uh, but yeah, yeah. I'm just a chronic overthinker. So when I think of the idea of, oh, I would love to write something about my experience running the Mithril SMP, my brain also goes, oh, there's all of this stuff that you could also write about that you should not write about because, oh no, that would be bad. So I will not write about it. But, you know, it's a conversation. It's something. I just want to say for like, I just want to say for, I'm being very vague. And I don't want people to get it twisted. Nothing super bad happened. There's only one person who I have, like, have hard feelings against who ever got removed from Mithril, and that is just the old owner. And that is just because, without bringing up stuff that I've covered in the twit longer, because I don't want to revisit a conversation that I've already had, the whole reason I wrote a twit longer about them was because I had people legitimately concerned for my safety because of them. And that is the only reason why there is bad blood between me and them, is because people were worried they would come to my house, even though we were countries apart. The best way I can phrase it is they were a yandere. And we could not tell if they were joking. Because 7 years worth of threats made against various people's partners or being creepy to women is not okay. And I only knew them for less than a year. So that is all I will say about that. There is only one person, and that is the one person who I can confidently say I have bad things to say about. Everyone else who has ever, like, everyone else on Mithril who has ever been on Mithril or is currently on Mithril, like, I don't really have any bad blood between. Like, I might not be friends with all of them anymore, or have ever been friends with them in the first place, because just because you're on the same server as somebody does not automatically mean that you're friends. It means that you are acquaintances and that you know each other. I'm friends with most of the people a part of Mithril. I'm probably not close enough to some of them to consider them my friends. That's just how I view friendship personally. I have a little bit of a higher bar, with some things. But no bad blood on my end, at least, with anybody. Just, you know, relationships are complicated, is the main thing out there. But yeah, just put that down there. Because I'm being very vague about being like, bad stuff happened. Nothing super dramatic. Nothing super bad happened apart from that one person. So yeah, I'm gonna move on from this because I am going on a tangent and I'm going in directions that I am personally getting uncomfortable with. So we're gonna talk about a different myth-related thing. What I was actually planning to talk about, other than, like, you know, the idea of writing, like, it is my experience of running a project that lasted this long. Here's some advice for you guys, yippee! That I will likely end up doing just for, like, the fun of it and to give, like, some closing things. Yeah, we can talk about a different Mithril thing. What I wanted to talk about in the first place was just, how I really want it to end before December, because December, every time we have gotten to December and the Mithril SMP has been, like, not in between arcs, or coming up to the end of an arc, we have, like, cut things off. So, like, Arc 1 ended first week of December. We took a hiatus between Arc 3, start of December till beginning of January. And we do, like, a Christmas thing. But looking... Okay. Looking at, like, all the things that we have to get done. I don't know how quick they're gonna go. And that's the problem, is I don't know how quick they're gonna go. Because I realized I thought there was 3 cinematics that we're left to do. Maybe December next year? No! No! At the very least, with how things are right now, we should be getting 2 streams before the end of this month, or like at the end of this month. One on the 21st and another one after that. And I do not know when after that, because I have not asked the person whose stream it is when they want to do it. I will ask them soon, because I am curious to know and to help them plan things. But my goal is to get 2 of those needed streams done before the end of September. And then we have 2 months to kind of clean things up. And a lot of the stuff should be pretty easy. There is only really... Let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Including the final, there is only 4 which are going to be difficult for scheduling because they involve a bit busy people, basically. And one of them is the finale, because it's the finale of the server, so I want as many people who can be there to be there as possible. By 5 months to December. I know! And I still have so many streams to get done, and the finale hasn't even begun to be edited. Hi, Hyperjack Streams. Hello, welcome in. We're chatting about the Minecraft SMP that I run right now and how it's never gonna end. If I really think it out in my head, if I'm being hopeful, we could maybe try and do like 5 streams in October. I only say this because 2 of those streams involve me. JJK, or do you know what domain expansion is? Chris Chilzo knows plenty about JJK. He has shown me several clips of JJK. I have not sat down to watch it myself, though. I plan to at some point. I know what Hollow Purple is, and domain expansion, Infinite Void, and there's this one funny guy on Twitter who does a JJK cosplay, and I sent a video to Chris Chilzo that rickrolled him with JJK cosplay guy, and it was very funny. So I'm vaguely aware of it. I do not know too much about it. Astral Ascendant, domain expansion Astral Ascendant, that sounds awesome. That sounds fucking cool. Chris Chilzo made Mithril characters their own domain expansions, which was a very, very fun thread. Sometimes we do that in chat. Sometimes people will like, I like doing a thing where I pick an artist and try to ascribe a song from that artist to every person's character, which I find very, very fun to do. I like doing that a lot. I think it's cute. I think it's nice. Somebody should do that with a song from the fucking Epic Musical. Wait. I need the Epic Musical fan to do that with Mithril members. Just be like, okay, this song for you, that song for you. Someone might have done that already, actually. I don't think there was enough Epic songs to do that with. Now that Epic Saga is out, there might be enough. I might ask Mars about that, actually, because he's like the person who always comes to me for Epic. Or Katie. Get Mars and Katie to do it. I feel like they'd have very strong opinions on who is what song. I think Mars has sent me a couple, be like, this is so J-core, and I was like, yay! But if I'm being ambitious, next month could be 5 streams at minimum. 2 of them I am involved in. Actually, 3. Okay, there are 3, excluding the finale. No, wait, that's the 4th one. There's like 3 streams that I'm involved in, and one of them has like a difficult to get a hold of person, which could make scheduling it kind of hard. So maybe I should reach out about that ahead of time. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh god, fun. And then one of them is already like in production and could happen like the start of October, realistically. Because it has a cinematic, but I think the cinematic is either done or just needs to be edited, and everything else for it is done. And then one of them we basically have everything ready for, so it's just discussing the details of what would happen in it. Which is I won't actually say whose it is, but you know, they might be in chat. And then after that, actually, no, that's not even part of the 5, is it? Wait, no, that is part of the 5. Ooh, okay, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm in 3 out of those 5, and then there could be 3, maybe 12's hair, maybe. But if I'm being ambitious, we could potentially maybe be able to do 5 streams in October, depending on people's availability, and then that would just leave like a stream and the finale for November. But that's getting the finale finished. I might put that as like a goal to be like, okay, finale's gonna be finished for November. Because I think that would be the latest I want it to be done anyway. And then December can just be like, the server is still running, but anyone can do whatever final things they want to do before it closes, and then that can be we can have the December vibe that we've always had, where the server is technically over, but if anyone wants to do a final lore stream, they can do a final lore stream, and then after December, it'll close, and we can have a final Secret Santa, and it'll be cute and sweet, and then it'll be over. But that's me being ambitious and hoping that everything will get done. We're not usually that lucky. So, yeah, that's my mithril stuff right now. You got this. I hope so. I hope so. I very much do not recommend running a Minecraft SMP for this long. Or at least if you're gonna do it, take longer breaks. I don't know how fucking Astra SMP does it. Astra SMP boggles my fucking mind, okay? And this is like, this, I mean this in the best way possible. Hello, Estelle, hello. I mean this in the best way possible. Jamie Can Fly is a part of Astra SMP, and so most of the stuff I know about it comes from them and the Twitter. They just finished season 6 like a couple of months ago. Maybe a month ago, maybe a month or 2 ago, and they're already getting ready to start season 7. How are you doing this? The people on that server work like so hard and do so many streams. Yeah, they have 6 fucking seasons, and I don't understand. Atlas, how are you doing this? How are you doing this? Oh my god, I could not. I think the difference is every season of like, I think every season of Astra is slightly different. So I know season 6 was focusing on like the gods, and season 7 is doing something else. I'm not sure if it's the same universe. So to say, it's the same server and it's RP, but I'm not sure if every season is like a continuation of the last, or if every season is its different thing, and sometimes they might circle back to previous stuff they've done. I do not know. I haven't actually watched any Astra streams. I just know about Jamie's character. Ariel, I think her name was, who I'm pretty sure died at some point. But the server boggles my mind just for the virtue of it lasting this long. Caboodle SMP, I can't believe I'm outliving Caboodle SMP. Was also like a free season running server, but they had a lot more like rigid structure in the end than like Mithril has, because they kind of had it as like a group thing where they would all sit down and plan out the streams and be given a narrative and just have to do it. I think again, I wasn't part of it, so take what I say with a grain of salt, whereas Mithril is very much me holding everybody's hand individually and then trying to make it work on my end. and then like piecing together the ideas, because all the streams that we have left are just people's ideas that they wanted to do and that I put into the timeline, and this are going to be done now, because they fit with the plot progression, which is like a way to do it. But I think my kind of thing for the next project that I do that is RP is gonna either be, I need a team of staff to help me instead of just myself. Oh, bye Lego, have a nice sleep. Thank you again for the model. Bye. Bye, my lovely. But I even need like a full-on team of people to help organize and put things together. Yeah. The problem is getting a team of staff, really. Especially a trusted team of staff, because I can think of like individual people who I would like very happily work with and do stuff with, but not all of those people are going to be able to fulfill all the roles that I need being filled, and there's not enough of— ow, I fucking hit my hand on the table. YouTube song and a short, so it won't take long. No. Sorry. I don't want to. Rodeo. Up my hands and here you go. But hire team of staff, so scheduling issues with staff team. Yeah. It's one I can think of very few, like I can think of a couple people who I would want to have on a staff team. Like Elle and Mars have both helped me out with Mithril stuff quite a lot. And so I know they can do things, but I know they cannot do everything. And I know that like I would need a lot more people, and having a lot more people means managing a lot more people, and that's not even considering members. So it's a lot of swings and roundabouts. It's why I really understand why like Moon Intensity has the Fallen RP series, which is a YouTube series which Moon like produces all like themselves with body actors and Minecraft mods and all that stuff. I'm just a voice actor. I've made a couple custom models and various commissioned things for Moon for it, but I'm just voice Soul. I just voice the villain. I love voicing Soul. She hasn't had a voice line in a hot minute, but I love her. But Moon gets complete creative control over that because it is a YouTube production, and she does not have to balance a bunch of people doing a bunch of things or live acting or all of this other stuff. I haven't heard that phrase before. Oh, let me actually Google it because I know how to use it in a sentence. We're looking up what swings and roundabouts means. What you lose on the swings and roundabout. What do you lose on the swings you gain on the roundabout? Said to mean the positive and negative results of a situation or action balance each other out. Yeah. That's what it means. It's kind of like yin and yang. I didn't realize that was the full saying. What you lose on the swings, you gain on the roundabouts. That's very interesting. Okay. Thank you, Google. I've always heard that used in conversation and knew how it should be used, but didn't know that is exactly what it meant. That's interesting. That's very interesting. But yeah. It's a thing of, I feel like, I guess this is like, how do I put this? When I was younger, I watched a lot of Minecraft roleplays on YouTube specifically. And even if you are an individual person working on something, that does not mean it is going to be perfect. Anybody who has watched Aphmau's Minecraft Diaries or My Street in this year will know that her writing choices were not always perfect. A lot of people like it for the nostalgia, and there are some good writing decisions, but it's also like Aphmau's not a professional writer, make an entertaining thing. It's still good, just it's not perfect. And it's the whole reason why Minecraft Diaries was getting a remake at one point in the first place, was Aphmau wanted to kind of correct some of the initial decisions, because when she first started making that series, it was semi-RP, which morphed into full-on RP as it got more popular, and she was writing the episodes like the hour before she recorded them. So there wasn't really a consecutive timeline. It was just, oh, we did that last episode. What can we do in this episode that either builds off of that or is its new thing? And that was the deal. Until later on, where she started more fully like planning things ahead and scripting stuff and getting into cinematics and things. Like, I'd say that kind of transpired like around, not around episode 50, but like yeah, probably like around episode 50 was when things got a little more solidified. And then going to season 2 is where things were fully planned out. And I also used to watch Machinima series, which are all cinematics, which meant they were all planned out from the beginning and might not have stellar plots by like any standard, but were at least like cohesive, concise. And then you had the Origins RP group, who I fucking adored. For anyone who isn't aware of what the Origins RP group was, it was basically a group of like, at one point, 30 plus people who all had YouTube channels, and they would all play on servers which they would theme after various things and create characters for, and then build stories. So, as an example, I first started watching them in the first season of Origins of Olympus, which was the Percy Jackson, like, Camp Half-Blood themed roleplay that they did, and that was one of the biggest ones that they did. Partly because Percy Jackson was such a big thing, but also because they kind of changed from doing semi-RP to doing full-on RP. And, like, the only issue with that is because they had so many different people doing different things, but in this same world, they weren't all communicating with each other, and they didn't really establish many things. So I know specifically there was 2 characters who were both the children of Aphrodite, and one of them, her whole thing was that she had amnesia and didn't know she was the daughter of Aphrodite, and like forgot like her whole life and all of this stuff, and it was this really big like very classic, like she just didn't know who her godly parent was, where the other character was literally raised by Aphrodite, or at least lived in a house that Aphrodite had given him and had like servants, which wouldn't have been typical of like a child of the gods who was mortal, or like a demigod, I guess, in the circumstance. There were some plot points that were done pretty interestingly. There was a son of Apollo. Well, there were 2 sons of Apollo, but one of them was actually a son of Hades, and he really got jealous of the other son of Apollo because he was like, he's like a perfect paragon and all of this good stuff, and I am so bad, I am so shit at all of this stuff. And it just kind of turned out that, you know, he was wrong and he wasn't a son of Apollo to begin with. Don't know how he got that confused in the first place. It was a plot point. I remember finding it interesting. That was one of the people who still did semi-RP at the time. But it was a good plot. I think it was Xylophone, I do believe. But my main point with it was you could watch an individual perspective and be like, this is great, I enjoy this. And then you would check out another character who you might have been interested in for another reason and find that their perspective contradicted that other person's perspective in one way or another. And that really annoyed me. And that's something that you find a lot more commonly in SMPs, which is basically what that was. The main difference being, yeah, it was a Minecraft server. SMP has kind of changed meaning. And SMP stands for Survival Multiplayer. And then there was a Dream SMP, which was Survival Multiplayer, but they also did sometimes just use creative on it. And it was mainly Dream. But like, yeah, it kind of drifted in like the zeitgeist. SMP just became like a popular branding thing. So like Caboodle SMP by its like 3rd season wasn't really an SMP anymore. Because people weren't going on it to play survival Minecraft on a multiplayer server. They were going on it to just tell a story and use creative to do builds, probably, I'm assuming. With those crunch times, probably would have to be. But yeah, when you translate a wanting to do a story into a format which either incorporates a lot of, well, basically just if it incorporates a lot of people and you do not have every single thing of it pre-planned out, then certain parts are going to fall apart. And most of the time this will be by accident, and sometimes it won't ruin things, but sometimes it will. And that is like something that, because I was aware of that on Mithril, I tried really hard to avoid it. So aside from the time travel thing, I think even though it's messy in places, everything makes at least a tiny bit of coherent sense or ties together in a way. And that is because I painstakingly like reached out to all of my members to try and figure out how to do that. Which is not sustainable at all. And I think one way to make that easier is to only do one season of something, because then you open up less possibility for plot holes. 2, going into something with everything established. I think Arc 2 of Mithril was probably the most successful of the seasons. Just by virtue of like everything panned out the way I wanted. It ended like a month off schedule, but it ended when I wanted it to. And I think it had like some of the most satisfying arcs and character developments. Not to say that Arc 3 hasn't. Like, I adored all of Katie Gobert's arc so much. I'm gonna talk about that. Like the process of how like we got to there. Or like the minor part that I played in getting there, because Katie was running the ideas about the Allura stuff by me, which I'll try not to spoil because I don't know if everyone's seen Katie's VODs yet for that, but I highly recommend you go watch Katie Gobert's streams. I love Katie Gobert so much. And like Artemis's death was like a thing that we had planned for a while and was interesting. I like all of Mars's stuff because I just like all the stuff that I've written for it and that Mars come up with for it, and I think it's really cool. We worked really hard together on that. Like, it's good. It's good. But I think Arc 2 is going to have a very special place in my heart for the rest of time, just because of like it was better than Arc 1 and everything went my way. Arc 3 has just not always gone my way, but it's still really fun. It's still pretty good. And I still very much enjoy it. I just the home stretch, you know, it's the home stretch. But yeah, going into like a future project, it's just learning from what I have experienced already. And I think one of my little issues is I want to tell a grand story. I want to tell a grand, interesting story that people can enjoy. And that just makes sense. And I don't think that's something that is easily done with a Minecraft SMP story format. So that's just a me opinion. Definitely can be done. Definitely difficult to be done. I have too many ideas for Minecraft SMPs going forward. Some probably better than others. Many of them will probably need to hit the drawing board. I have a very clear vision for what I want to run after Mithril, but I have no clear vision on when it will be run. Because before I can do it, I need to basically I'm gonna basically rebrand everything to be a collective. Think of it about how Power Creations does things, I guess. They are always Power Creations, but they all run different SMPs and different projects out of them, like rats and pirates and that sort of thing. That's kind of the what I want to do, more or less. Actually, I think the Power Creations structure of things is very. Of course you can, Chris Chilzo. Of course you can, Chris Chilzo. I actually I had like a vague. I was like structure writing some points and like plot progressions of the next SMP that I want to run, or like NPCs. And then you were talking to me about like, oh, what next project you do? I want to play a character like this, and I was like, that might fit. But I'm also in like the planning stage, so I don't know if that character is even going to persist till the time that I want to do it. But I want you there, Chris Chilzo. I want you a part of whatever project I run if you want to be there, because it's so very wonderful. There are like a few people who I've met in the not to get mushy, but there are like a few people who I've met in the content creator space over my time in the community. You're writing lore right now? Oh, I am so excited. I love all the stuff that you write. During my 3 years in the Minecraft creator space, and I will say that I feel like this year specifically, I have drifted out of the community a little bit. I've been using Twitter less. I've been on breaks a lot. I saw a question on TikTok that was like, oh, tag somebody who you met this year who you're really thankful for meeting. And I could think of one singular person, because I've not met a lot of people this year. Most of the people I met was on challenges at the start of the year. I aside from that server, I really have not branched out a lot. But my point was, in the course of running Mithril, there was a few people I can name who I think like I am super thankful to have met. And the wonderful Chris Chilzo is definitely up there. Because you're just a delight. You're just a delight. And I'm not just singling you out. There's like several people, like fucking the server would barely exist if L hadn't joined it, because L really carried volume, like not I keep saying volume because I'm thinking about Ruby. Like L really carried Arc 1 on their fucking shoulders. I will admit. And then help me out so much of all these other things. And Mars Marzaki, he's my brother. Love that guy. Kega brings me so much joy. And it's crazy that I have met her in person, not once, but twice. And probably will see her again at some point in the future. But yeah, Chris Chilzo, the only man ever. If I could only have one man on any server that I run, it would be Chris Chilzo. I can't say that actually. Mars will be mad at me. If I could only have 2 men on any server that I run in the future, it would be Chris Chilzo and Mars Marzaki. The only men ever. But no, you're just delightful. You're just delightful. But yeah. The only man. For real. That's a thing that I always find funny. The boys, the lads, if you will. The lads. That's something I always find funny on Twitter. Mainly because Mithril's always been an outlier when it comes to it. And maybe it's just because it's ran by me, who is a female. But you constantly see this discourse on Twitter about SMPs and their large male casts, and I think that is a lot more prevalent in bigger SMPs. I'll just do a name to be boys duo, but he wasn't having it. Oh my god. Oh. You know, if I'm in a VC with the two of you at the same time, I'm just gonna... If I see you two in the VC at the same time, I'm just gonna come in, yell, "The boys!" and then run. That's gonna be the thing from now on. I'm just gonna go, "It's the boys!" and then run away. Oh. But I'll see people being like, oh, there's no femme creators, or there's like 2 femme creators on this server. And I'm like... Mithril has the opposite issue, but people don't care. I think the thing with Mithril, is because we have kind of a little bit more of a laborious, well, maybe saying more of a laborious process isn't exactly the word. I'm very critical when I'm looking through people on applications. Um and like there's a lot of things that will go into it. Basically, the best way to get into anything, or going at Mithril in reference, and this could definitely change in the future of things I run, the things that are most appealing to me when looking through an application is if I'm asking you for a character idea, giving me an interesting character idea, and that does not have to be detailed. Honestly, I think I limited it. I was like, okay, no more than 3 paragraphs, at least a paragraph, of what kind of character you want to play. And sometimes people go over that. Sometimes people go vastly under that. But yeah, at least a couple sentences about what kind of character you want to play, to show that you have an idea and are interested. Bonus points if you're going to draw from like something that like is relevant to whatever thing is, like Mithril in particular. Chris Chilzo like did a lot of research into what information was available about the SMP when building his character, and he was also riffing off of Melora's character at the time before R.I.P. Melora Live. Yeah, and so like Jelly and Mars also like did some research before they did the replications, and that's not a necessary thing. There was plenty of people who didn't do that who got into the server, but it shows a little bit of extra care that you at least minorly read Melora's character. Jelly did a stream, which unfortunately the VOD was not saved for, though I do have a catch-up written for them. The last they were heard about was they tried to find Warren and ascribed Claire and some unnamed other people to go with them to find Warren. That was in a book that Jelly found at Claire's house. That was kind of me trying to retcon where they went and be like, okay, they went to find Warren for a reason. Mithril Lost Media is so sad. At some point after the server is done, we'll do like a final catch up on whatever streams are remaining. Because next catch up we do is going to be a big one. I think there's like 28 streams we have to cover, and then after that it's like whatever is left, which will be probably around like 15 at most, probably less. And that's not including, I don't think, other than one stream, which will be happening after the finale, depending on how quickly all of the stuff happens, I might not do summaries for everybody's closing thing, or I might just do one big summary for how everyone, like, what everyone does after the valley. Epilogue stream, yeah, I want to do like an epilogue Mithril monthly where we go through like the final streams, and then I can talk about the cutting room floor, because I have a couple of stray documents of like plans that I have a couple of things, like we can talk about Kitty Good Bird stuff, and that's easier said than done, Skylar. I get people to do their own notes because it saves me having to go look through their VODs. Which is not something that we did in Arc 2. In Arc 2, me and Elle would go through everybody's VODs ourselves and take notes, and then I would write those notes down into the summaries. And that worked a bit better because it meant that the two of us, yeah, Chris does his summaries. Chris is amazing. It meant that we could get them out quicker. Arc 3, I decided we weren't going to do that. I decided I was going to get everybody to individually write their own notes that I would then turn into summaries. And I try to watch the VODs sometimes, but I can't always. And that kind of causes a minor issue. I think future SMPs, I'm just going to kind of be like, make sure you save and highlight whatever lore streams you do, or put them on YouTube so I can put them on the playlist. And if that doesn't work, then I will just ask people to manually download and send me their VODs to put on an official channel for whatever branding we go by then. Depends on what I'm gonna do, like a focus group to figure out what works the best. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I want to go through this all of the interesting stuff, and I have forgotten what I was talking about before that. You guys gotta stop doing this to me. I'll go on one tangent, get distracted by another tangent, forget what I was talking about before I was talking about the epilogue stream. I had a point. The point is gone. Mythra Monthly. I forget what about Mythra Monthly. Just that it's gonna be eventually. It'll be eventually. I've got a couple of summaries to write, but I'm just missing I think 2 notes now. So that'll be coming out eventually, but there's a lot of stuff for it. I'm very easily sidetracked. That it would be a big one? Yes. It will be a big one. I don't think I voiced where I was going, so I'm just going to move on because I've forgotten. But yeah, we're gonna do a Mythra Monthly at some point, which will be a big one, and then we'll do another one after that, which will hopefully cover everything else, and maybe people's epilogues, if they do an epilogue stream, and then also talk the shit about various things. I want to kind of see how many Mithril members I can get for that last one, because I think talking about specific people's plans and ideas, like I've had a hand in most people's stuff, but like I'd love to have Katie there to talk about her plot line, because I really just gave Katie the go ahead for that and she did everything else on her own. Elle will be there most likely to talk about our thought process with like her character, and also like Brooke in Jam's storyline. Even if like Jam isn't there, Elle and Jam like worked together on that stuff. We can also, like, if Jam could be there to talk about their entire thought process, that would be really interesting, because Jam's character's pretty interesting. Chris Chilzo, of course, because he's had kind of the most tumultuous I can't pronounce that word, tumultuous relationship with the server, having had to start it kind of late due to internet issues. It's so good. Brooke, we do love Brooke. Like, there's just a lot of stuff to talk about. If we could get Sky on, Sky is an incredibly busy person, but the base outline of the server, me and Sky wrote together all those years ago, and the finer details I worked into. Oh, just like the Lana Del Rey song, Brooke was born to die. And that's all I will share with you right now. Brooke was born to die. But yeah, I'd love to just like do a proper like in-depth thought process into all of the ideas, because some things I think are like public knowledge that I've talked about, and other things I'd like to like go into details with, probably starting from like arc 1 going all the way through, and like grabbing hold of various things. I think it'd be very, very interesting. I think it'd be very fun. I think it'd be a cute way to close off the server. And then I can also take the opportunity to show my special secret project that I'm working on. I'll say this again because Chris Chilzo's in chat now. It's almost finished. And by almost finished, I mean it's going to probably take me another week at least. But yeah. Now, I've promised Mars Marzarki that he gets to be the first Mithril member to see it when it's done. But I will also give you the privilege when it's done as well, Chris Chilzo. I will let you see it when it's done as well, Chris Chilzo. Just none of the viewers, because it's a post-Mithril thing. That's all I can say, is it's something I will release after the SMP is over. But I'm very happy about it. I did something for it today. Or, well, I finished something for it today, and it's my favorite part of it, which feels like a lot, because like 2 days ago I had a different favorite part of it, and that part is still really, really good, because it's so cool. But this part is kind of cooler, and I think it's just pointed out to me the things that I like to put into it, or what I find the most interesting to put into it. But I can't really put that into a lot of it, and I'm being very, very vague. For a very, very good reason, but it's still in the work process of doing it. So once I get the final thing finished of it, then it's gonna require like probably some final edits and mishmashing. I already have like a list of things that I want to change before I can show anybody. But excluding the edits, I have like 3 things to do. 2 of them I'm confident I can get done this weekend. And one of them is so big, it will take me all week. Because it is the final step, but it is the most tedious step because I've made my life hard. You finished your Lego, you finished picking a server. I will look at that right now just for you, Skylar. Where is my fucking mouse? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Skylar! You'll be there in a minute. It'll be there. It's not there yet. It's loading. It's loading. Oh, and Lich recommended a game that I should play. Huh. I will look into that later. I will look into that later. But yeah. Even when the actual RP is done on Mithril, there's still gonna be some additional content, and that's before the next project is even a twinkle. Well, it's a twinkle in my eye. It's one of the stars in my eye, but I feel bad even talking about the future prospects of SMPs because I don't know if they'll exist. I have ambition, but whether I'll like pursue that ambition, the thing about the future is you never really know what's going to happen, and I know there are some things that I should really do in my life that I haven't, such as, you know, get a job. But yeah. It's just a lot of stuff. It's a lot of things, a lot of stuff, a lot of wahoo, wahoo. If you plan on doing Angel, thank you, thank you. I just like storytelling. It's part of the reason why I want to write a book. I'd love to make a comic as well, but I am so slow at art. Like, I've gotten some more confidence recently. Particularly, Lizzie commissioned me to draw a profile picture for something. And I shared that profile picture in my most recent commission. In my most recent like commission post on Twitter, which I do still have art commissions open for varying things from profile pictures to half body art to full bodies to Minecraft like skins and block bench models for putting texture packs, that sort of thing. So Aethmedrock, I think it comes up with 2 M's. But I did a profile picture for Lizzie that I got done in a matter of hours, and I was like, from concept to like here, I've done really fucking well. I remember when it used to take me a lot longer to draw things. And I'm very self-conscious about the faces that I draw now, because I feel like I feel like I could do better, but I need to actually do some art studies. I definitely have a little bit of same face syndrome. I try to differentiate with like eyelashes and that sort of stuff, but I think just the way that I do faces on my characters, which is like an interesting thought process, but you know, I'll go into it. But yeah, a lot of stuff to think about and do Mithril. A lot of stuff to work on, but I can't give a day that it's gonna end, but my ambition is before December, so we'll see. We'll see what goes on with that. My throat's getting a little bit sore, but I still am enjoying myself talking, so oh, I scrolled on that a little bit. We'll fix that for you. There we go. Checking what time it was. Oof. It is nearly midnight. But the thing is, I don't want to sleep. I don't want to sleep, so I'm not going to yet.
Actually, what I might do, I might go on BRB for a minute, to get some more water. What, sleep? No idea. I'll go on BRB for a minute to get some more water and to let my sister's dog out because she dropped her off earlier and I want to make sure she hasn't pissed herself somewhere. And then I'll come back and we can find another thing for me to rant about. Because I was thinking about playing Minecraft today, but I kind of don't want to now. It's gotten a bit too late for me to want to boot up Minecraft. It's 1 a.m. for me, so I can't promise I can stay for much longer. That's perfectly fine. I definitely will not go longer than 1 a.m. my time. So at most, I will probably be live for like another hour. The smart thing to do would just be to end right now. But I don't want to. So we're gonna go BRB for a minute. When I come back, I'll tell you guys about what I did in the hardcore world during the week after the stream from Monday. And if anybody else has something they want me to talk about, whether it's more mithril stuff or I don't fucking know, opinions on things, you can ask and we'll talk about it. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go BRB. Be right back, gotta get some water. back. I also got a tea. I decided to get a chamomile tea, which I've never tried before. I've had like Chelsea Garden tea. That's actually something Melora recommended to me ages ago. I just wanted something to help my throat because it is kind of scratchy right now, and the water will help, but I wanted something else. But I didn't want to get. I have decaf tea only in my house, but I still wanted to get something that like wouldn't keep me up. So I got chamomile. Tried a tiny bit of it while still hot. Didn't burn myself, thankfully. I'm gonna freak everybody out for a second with my PNG tuber because I have my hoodie on, and yeah, she's gonna freak out. My hoodie is on, and it's too hot in here right now. I'm sweaty. There we go. Don't flash your tits, Jay. I know the webcam can't see your face, but that's probably not a good idea. My loves chamomile tea. Yes, yes. It is a Witchard's tea, which is a brand that Mel has previously recommended to me. Sleeping affected villager breeding. Last stream I googled it, and villagers can't breed at night, so sleeping doesn't affect it at all. Ah, that checks out. Okay. They just will do it like they do on the Discovery Channel, I guess. That was what I was going to talk about. And then I also saw Skylar ask some things about like writing and my like new projects and music, which I will cover some stuff about. Tea for a second. I want to try more teas. The Witchards that was in my town shut down like several years ago, and I don't know if the other one closest to me still exists because I don't go to that area very often. This tea is probably pretty old. We don't drink sleepy teas very often. My dad mainly got it for when he has a lot of trouble sleeping. He has like very chronic insomnia, and I do have some sleep medication that I've been prescribed, but I don't take it as often as I should. I kind of only take it when I know that my anxiety is going to keep me up. Which means I've only taken it twice when I really should have taken it more. And tonight isn't one of those nights. So I've put like 2 teaspoons of honey in this chamomile tea because I like my tea sweet. And I'm hoping that I will enjoy it. I've tried some other teas before. Melora told me to try Chelsea Garden tea, which kind of just tastes like normal breakfast tea, but you don't put milk into it. And I would still put honey into it. Maybe it's sacrilege. I don't care. She also recommended me a cherry kind of tea. I don't remember what it was called. I haven't tried it, but I kind of want to just for the sake that it's cherry. I want to try hibiscus tea, just because I like hibiscus flowers a lot, but I feel like I won't like it. And I tried this, I think it was a Polish berry tea, like raspberry tea, which I hated because of how bitter it was. So I put like 7 tablespoons of sugar in it because I was like 7. Also, I will check that out later, Chris Trills. That sounds amazing. All of the stuff you write is amazing, so I'm very excited to read it later. Might read it tomorrow morning, depending on how tired I am after the stream. But I will read it, and I will have a wonderful time. But yeah, the villagers. Tuesday, I put it in my to-do list to log on and do like get all the villagers bread, and then I ended up just finishing the iron farm. I was sat in a call with Mars. We were watching BoJack Horseman, which I also said I was going to talk about earlier, and then didn't. And we were just like chilling in silence, and I was playing Minecraft, and it was a really nice time actually. But yeah, I ended up finishing the iron farm completely. So we've got 12 villagers, all in their little pens. 4 zombies with the villagers in boats with chests so that the villagers won't jump in the boats and die by accident like they did last time. I've also got I also added a 5th zombie in a minecart above the hole that the iron golems need to fall into. I think I should have placed him a block or 2 higher than he is. he's kind of suspended in the air. But I put him there because I think it might be by virtue of the villager breeder being directly next to the iron farm. But sometimes the iron golems spawn a little bit far away. So I put a zombie in the dead center of the space to sort of draw their eye and make sure that they fall in and die. The iron farm works perfectly fine. It's got 3 double chests down there, all of them getting a bunch of iron and stuff already. It's a very efficient farm. And yeah, I think next time we go on that server, I'm trying to think, because a part of me wants to procrastinate and do a turtle farm, since I learned that there's Turtle Beach right there by the village that I've ransacked. I don't feel like I really need one right now, but I feel like I will eventually need one, so I might just build a farm for them. And then after that, I might finally figure out what house I want to build on the Mushroom Island, and then build it, and then move all my stuff over. And I think the things that are going to go on my home island are going to be like farm for my food, well, house, storage area, farm for food, so we get like wheat fields and carrot fields, like all of the crops, and then my cows, and probably also sheep. I might do another automatic sheep farm and do it on my island. And then once my home base is done, then we'll move on to all the villager bullshit, which will probably start with me building some elaborate thing, or like figuring out all of the trades which we want from them, and then making buildings for them. Like I'll have like a really cool big library for the librarians. And then, yeah, in fact, I talk about Minecraft stuff before I cover the topics that you asked about. And then I want to have like a proper blacksmith place for the blacksmiths. Just make like an actual little villagey town for them that they can get all of their stuff from. And I feel like it'll be easiest if I just like lock them in their buildings, but then I might go to the extra effort of just like having more villagers in the town who like they can have jobs, but they're not gonna be important. Like they're not gonna be villagers I trade with, because they won't have like my painstakingly gotten trades. But that's gonna be like a lot of work, a lot of effort. I might actually end up doing a sheep farm before that, so we can get a bunch of colored wool to like map out how I want placements of things to go. Basically, I'm going to turn the build world into a massive build project. I kind of want to moss all of the mycelium away, because I feel like that'd be the easiest way to do it instead of painstakingly replacing all with grass. But yeah, I need to sneeze again. Oh, my the VTuber looks so sad then for a second. Oh no. But yeah, since you asked about music, Skylar, I was scrolling on TikTok. Apparently Linkin Park is coming back. I'm not a big Linkin Park fan. I do like a couple of their songs quite a bit. I'd say I am a Linkin Park enjoyer, but I do not know enough about them or their music to be a fan. I know Kiara likes them quite a bit. I believe so. So we're gonna look this up. Is Linkin Park coming back? Because apparently they've got a new singer. And they're going on a tour, I think. Yeah, they've got a new tour, a new album, and a new lead singer. Of Linkin Park. Like they're back. That's just kind of cool. Yeah. That's super interesting. I wonder if they'll be good, because getting like a new lead singer for a band as like notorious as Linkin Park is dangerous. I'm assuming something happened to the last singer. I do not know if they are dead or not. I am not a Linkin Park person, so I do not know. What is the Linkin Park song that I know? A couple of them. I know Crawling in My Skin. I know Numb. I think I know In the End. Let's look at their most popular ones and see what else I remember. What I've Done, I know. I think I've favorited One Step Closer, so I obviously know that one. They have a single. That looks like it's new. Whoa, wait, they have instrumentals that came out this year and paper cuts. They have a single. When did this release? Oh, this released this year. Emptiness Machine. Huh. I'm not gonna play that on stream. But if you're interested in how Linkin Park sounds now compared to how it used to, go check it out, I guess. That's hella interesting. But yeah, that just snuck up on me. Kiara, you need it. Yeah, I know. Where's Kiara? I wonder if Kiara knows. We should ask in the Discord. Someone ask Kiara if they know Linkin Park's coming back. I want to know Kiara's reaction. Kiara, where are you? Oh. But what music stuff can I talk about? I went to a I Don't Know How But They Found Me concert a while ago, which is really interesting because there's like, it used to be a duo and then one of the duo got cancelled and now it's just a solo person. I don't remember his name. But he's very entertaining. He's very fun. No, let's... What would I say my favorite? Actually, wait, I know what my favorite... my current favorite song by I Don't Know How They Found Me is Sunnyside, featuring somebody. Dallin Weeks. That is the singer of I Don't Know How They Found Me. I believe he used to be a part of Panic at the Disco, maybe. Or the other person who got cancelled and was a part of the band was a part of Panic at the Disco. I know he was the lead singer of the Brobecks. And a couple of other smaller, lesser known bands. But the Brobecks music that I've heard is really, really good. And he sung one of them at his concert, which was wonderful. Oh, they had a really great opening band, and I don't remember what their name was. I definitely have a recording of them. Thank you, Teddy Bear Brie, for the follow. Thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying my little rants today. It's very, very fun. It's actually a bit quiet for me, so I can't imagine how quiet that must be for you. Oh. It's from that like latest album, which came out it came out this year actually. I didn't even realize that. Browse are in the server. Hell yeah! Wait, I'll look at those right now. I'll look at those for you right now. Oh, those are so pretty! Oh my god! I love Lego flowers. They're so cute. Oh my goodness. I want to get some Lego flowers one day. Oh. I was see Skylar's out of Kiara. Did you know Linkin Park's coming back? I'm gonna keep my eye on that chat. They're very pretty, Skylar, very pretty. Everybody who isn't in the Discord already and wants to see the beautiful little Lego flowers that Skylar has made, go check it out in the media channel. It's very, very cute. Did you say side, oh. And sunny side, oh. Okay. Part of the reason I love this song is because when I went to see I Don't Know How They Found Me live, they got the audience to do the little okays in the background, and it was so fucking fun. I've got so many videos of it, and if I wasn't super embarrassed about me screaming the lyrics in the background, I would share them publicly. But yeah, Sunnyside was a really good song to see live. Seeing music live is like something I feel like some people overlook. I was never super into it until like my friend started inviting me to go concerts with her, and I was like, yo, sure. And then went to see Waterparks live, which was amazing. Seeing them live on Halloween, I loved it. I'll go to die. Isn't Panic at the Disco also one person, or did the other people in that also get cancelled? So here's the thing, Panic at the Disco. Panic at the Disco started with 4 or 5 members, including Brendan Urie as the lead singer. And I think it remained that way for at least the first two albums pretty odd, and whichever album I Write Sins Not Tragedies was on, I don't remember what that one was called. And then I know there was like a secondary singer who is on the cover of Vices and Virtues, who left after Vices and Virtues. And then I think it was more or less creative control, Brendan Urie. But I think it still was like not just him. Panic Disco was still a band, but he was just the front runner. Like, the lead singer of a band is always the most popular person. Like, when you think of Queen, you always think of, oh shit, I forgot his name for a second. You always think of Freddie Mercury when you think of Queen, and not so much the other members of his band. Well, it wasn't his band, it was a band. He was actually the last addition to it, but you know. Something about it. I don't know when all the members of Panic at the Disco left, other than Brendan. I could not rightly tell you. But I know the most recent album, Viva the Last Vengeance, was just him. And then after its mega failure, the band was done. He abandoned the name. He's left it for dead, basically, because nobody liked him trying to rip off Queen. That's probably why I was thinking of Queen. Viva Last Vengeance is the one okay song on that album, and it was the first song that was released outside of the album. I think the issue is, I don't know how much of the music on there Brendan Urie wrote himself. I think he very often does not write his own songs. And like, it's a bit dubious when all an artist does is sing things and not write things, because you gotta have a bit of creativity. It was Brendan Urie's vanity project in the end. Basically, yeah, he decided he wanted to be the next Freddie Mercury. And you can see like flavors in that in what was the album before? It was something Wicked. I think the one with Roaring Twenties on it. Was it called Roaring Twenties? No. I like a lot of the songs on that album at first. I got really into that album when it first released. I got very sick of Hey Look Ma, I Made It, and I never liked the music video, because something about seeing a Muppet-looking puppet become a drug addict and die just never appealed to me. It was a bit traumatizing. I never liked it. And then it was overplayed. Specifically, I really liked King of the Clouds. It's actually... on my private, it's the lyric I have in my bio. Pray for the Wicked. That was it. That was the album. King of the Clouds I really, really liked as a song. It's the most different song on that album. And I think that's part of the reason why I like it, but I also just like reading into the lyrics a lot. So overplayed by the end, it was. I also liked Silver Lining. And I liked Amen, aka Saturday Night. Partially because of the music video, because that gave me a story idea, which is a story that I'm not currently pursuing, so I'll say a little bit about it. It was the first story that I actually tried to write into a book, and I just kept restarting the first chapter because I never liked a version that I came up with. But it was kind of like riffing off of My Hero Academia and superhero stuff a lot, because I think I was in like a Miraculous Ladybug phase at the time and had like watched My Hero Academia a couple months beforehand. But the kind of premise of it, the inciting incident, was this rich girl who coincidentally was also attending university or like college or something. She did art, and she also did she did art at school, and she also did history. And she went to a museum on an art trip, and their school was rich and bougie, and her school basically rented out the entire museum to look at a new to look at their like art exhibits. And so she was left to just like go on her own way around this museum with the rest of her class to like look at the art and like write some stuff about it or draw her own sketches or whatever. It's stuff that I've done while visiting museums on art trips before. But because she also did history, she ended up wandering away from the art exhibit to the history exhibit, where they had a new one where they'd found this like ancient artifact key thing that was on a new display. And what happens is she ends up getting caught up in a robbery of people trying to steal that, and then she ends up with the key, and everything and she blacks out, passes out. Nobody knows what happened. Everyone, like two of the people who came to rob the place get away. The other two get arrested. She is found and consoled, and it's not till after she realizes that she still has the fucking key on her. And then the key ends up giving her like magical powers. And the problem with it was I could never really figure out how I wanted the super society to work. Because I think I basically ripped off Adrian Agreste's dad a little bit. But yeah, it's one of the original stories I have, and the necklace looked like a key. It was a key that was a necklace kind of thing. Kind of also riffing off of old like magical girl animes where they'd have like some sort of special item that they'd have to transform or whatever. Like Tokyo Mew Mew did that, where they'd have like little keychains or something. I don't remember. And I really liked Tokyo Mew Mew when I was a kid, or like I don't think it was called Tokyo Mew Mew. I think it was called Mew Mew Power because it was a 4Kids dub and they erased everything Japanese about it in that dub and it was awful, but I still think fondly of it. It's got like a remake that I should watch, actually. But yeah, so Saturday Night appeals to me because it gave me that idea for a story. But I never choose to listen to that song. I actually don't think I have any of the Pray for the Wicked songs on my stream playlist or like any playlists that I use apart from King of the Clouds. I really liked Roaring Twenties at first, then I didn't like it anymore. But King of the Clouds is just a really nice song because of I just like the lyrics. I want to try sing some of it, but my throat will die, so I might just put it on. I need to find a place to put this really burning hot spoon now. Okay, let's see if I like this tea. Speaking of hydrate, thanks, Ash. There's something about tea without milk that just tastes like grass. This might actually have lemongrass in it. Or maybe that's just how chamomile tastes. It's pretty good. Definitely needed the honey. If I don't like bitter things, so to the album and Silver Lining plus Say Amen is a great opener for this album. It is! Like, they were the two first songs released, and I think they would be worse if they had been played more. Also, thank you, Evan, for gifting Skylar a sub. That's so very sweet of you. I think what's good about Amen and Silver Lining is they were both released before the album fully came out. And I remember Amen being played on the radio, but as soon as the full album came out, they basically stopped and replaced it with Hey Look Ma, I Made It and Roaring 20, not Roaring Twenties, something else on there probably. But those two songs being the first to release were the quickest to kind of be scrubbed out of like the zeitgeist of like radio presenting, I feel like. And that made them a little bit more tolerable in the long run. Whereas Hey Look Ma, I Made It was played to fucking death, and I hate it. Okay, Ash, I'll see you later. Feel free to watch the VOD if you want to see the rest of this. But thank you so much for sticking here this long. Makes me want to crawl my eyes out. Same. This is my point with the music video. I really don't like it. We're gonna finish Speak of the Devil because this is actually my favorite song. Or my second favorite song to Sunnyside on the Gloom Division album by Uninhabited Family. And then we'll look up King of the Clouds. Because it's definitely not my favorite Panic at the Disco song. But it's my favorite most recent Panic at the Disco song. Viva Las Vengeance is okay. Kind of overplayed. The only good song on the Viva Las Vengeance album. Don't like any of the others. I tried to listen to the album wholeheartedly when it first released. Could not do it. Did not like it. Was bad. I remember being really into Pray for the Wicked when it first came out and falling off of it really quickly. What is my favorite song? I like a lot of them. I like Casual Affair a lot. Never been a fan of Death of the Bachelor, but that might have just been because of how much it was played. I think my favorite songs. I like House of Memories. I like House of Memories a lot, and I like LA Devotee. I like that one a lot. But I think my favorite songs are probably from, and let me check the album name. Because I forget what this album is called all the time. Vice and Virtues is good, but not quite my style all the time. Oh wait, no, this came up. This I got the order wrong. Pretty Odd was the second album, apparently. What the fuck? A Fever You Can't Sweat Out. That's the album. I like it because the song titles are so fucking long. Most of them, at least. I like a lot of the songs on there. A massive amount. Have I done a Panic at the Disco song assignment to Mithril characters? Because I kind of want to do that now. I don't know. I've done a Fall Out Boy one, I think. I know I've done Stan Atlantic and I know I've done Water Parks. I don't think Have I done Panic at the Disco? I feel that's one that I would have done. I'll check. I'll check because I have these all in the Mithril server. Let me see. And if I find it, if I have done one, then we can judge what I picked in the past because I don't remember anymore. I did Ruby, Fall Out Boy, more emo shit, Stan Atlantic, Doctor Who songs. There's Lizzie Meflin's. Oh, I did do Panic at the Disco. Let's see what I picked. Let's see what I picked for people. Okay, Arthea was 9 in the afternoon. Artemis was LA Devotee. Okay, yeah. Bean was New Perspective. Charlie was The Only Difference Between Martyrdom and Suicide is Press Coverage. Chris was The Good, the Bad, and the Dirty. I stand by that pick. I don't, that's not one of my favorite songs. But it is one that I always forget about, and then when I listen to it, I remember that I like it. Honey, I constantly thank God for Esteban. That was just because of that I thank God because Angel. I gave myself Ballad of Mona Lisa. Yeah, that fits character J. Ballad of Mona Lisa fits character J a bit too much. I gave Jam Roaring 20s. Jelly was London Beckoned, songs about money written by machines. I forget how that one sounds. Also, don't play this one again. Let's actually listen to London Beckoned, because I don't remember how that one goes. Oh, make a name for yourself, but you better put the pen to paper, start to read out. If you talk, you better walk, you better pack that shit up. Yeah, I remember this one now. I didn't remember its name. I love it. Sensationalist, only slightly different to just a certain extent. Katie was Time to Dance, which is from Vice and Virtues, which is a very good song. Lilith was There's a Good Reason These Tables Are Numbered, Honey, You Just Haven't Thought of It Yet, which is my favorite song solely because of the name. It's a long-ass title, and I remember it perfectly. If my life was on the line, and I had to name a ridiculously long song title, that is the song that I would pick. There's a good reason these tables are numbered, honey. You just haven't thought of it yet. That's the full fucking song title. And they say Fall Out Boy is bad. Fall Out Boy is also bad, but not as bad as Panic at the Disco, I don't think. Lizzie was Trade Mistakes, which is probably the most fitting on this list because they are a trader. Lid was Casual Affair. Mars was That Green Gentleman. Things have changed. Melora was Kamisido, which I did like a thing when I was a kid. When I was I would listen to songs and I would pick a lyric and then I would draw what that lyric made me think of. I was stupid. That song begins with the IV and your hospital bed. It was no accident. This was a therapeutic chain of events. I thought Ivy meant like the plants, not IV, like a drip. So I drew a picture of like a hospital bed and like plants growing over it because I thought that was like kind of cool, visually. And then I realized what that meant. Puff is a Hurricane. Rose is Sarah Smiles. That kind of fits still. Sheba was Bill God. Then We'll Talk. Sky was Miss Jackson. No, wait, that fits because it's about someone being missing, though Miss Jackson is dead in that song, but we don't know what's happened to Sky. Brooke was This Is Gospel, which I think also fits very well. Allura was Emperor's New Clothes, which also fits very well. Karma Was Lying is the most fun a girl can have without taking her clothes off, which is also a really fun title. Pancake Was Crazy Equal Genius, Nezrin, Golden Days, and Warren is Let's Kill Tonight. I might make a change to that if I change anything on that list. I think my one change would be changing Warren to Hallelujah, which I always forget is a good song. Which is probably why it's not on that list. And I put Kill Tonight for him instead. But I would probably change him to Hallelujah, even though I can't fucking say it. But yeah, that's my panic pictures. Oh, shrug your shoulders and appeal a single what that we wrote. I couldn't imagine today. It's slightly sarcastic, give a new chance of hate. Indifferent to be indifferent to what the critics say. Now, there's a good reason these tables are numbered, honey. This one, I think, this one or Build God Then We'll Talk is my favorite. And they are one after the other in the order. They're two last songs of the album, so we're gonna play both of them. Yeah, I'm really excited because Waterparks, who is my on top favorite band, I cannot really name the only songs of theirs which I do not like are songs which they have featured on but are not theirs. And even then, I like them, I just don't rate them. Whereas I love every other Waterpark song. I think there is something that anyone can like. They are amazing live, especially. And they are also the most mentally ill band I've ever met. I also keep finding them in such random places. Like, the lead singer of Waterparks, Austin Knight, is mutuals with Jack Manifold. He just met Kesha the other day. He's fucking everywhere. They have a song in Heartstopper. Their song Telephone is featured in Heartstopper. And they've got a lot more notorious recently because they made some bullshit about their drummer being a serial killer to get clout, and it worked. It's a complete fabrication, but it worked. He also has a book, which I really want, but it would cost me like 60 quid to get it and ship it to my house. So I haven't bought it, but I really want it. It's an autobiography, and it's the funniest shit I've ever seen, because there's a whole part about, I don't even know. It's just, you can tell he's mentally ill, is the best way that I can phrase it. And that's the only way I'm going to phrase it. He's very relatable, I feel, Austin Knight. He will say some really weird shit on Twitter. And maybe he's a little problematic from one angle, but I see it as satire, and I think that is the intent. He doesn't really say a lot. The most problematic thing that he said is that he doesn't like Trump, and during Pride Month he said that the straight should die, which isn't great, but it was Pride Month. I'm not going to justify it, but it's very funny to watch his Twitter sometimes. It's very funny to watch his Twitter. But more specifically, he has a song that is unreleased, called Call Me, Beat Me, which is an obvious reference to Kim Possible, but it has the best fucking lyrics, because I'm pretty sure it goes, call me, beat me, if you want to meet me, if you want to see me, because I'm missing you, missing you. That's the only part of the song that I've heard, because he's posted a couple clips on Twitter, and he's played it at a couple concerts he's done recently that other people have posted, not on Twitter, TikTok. And I am just dying for it to be released because it's so good, and it's one of his acoustics. Or like, he's been doing it acoustic a lot, and I don't know if it's going to be released acoustic, but it will still be really good. It gives me 21 Question energy, which is a really, really good song, which is kind of like acoustic vibe, even though it isn't really acoustic. I'm actually going to get Waterparks ready for after this, because I love them. Oh, the la 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 la. Because what album has the song that I'm thinking of on it? I'm thinking of 21 Questions. That was not Fandom. That was Entertainment. No, Dare. Dare. It was on Dare. Okay, it was on Dare. Yeah, I recommend Waterparks to just everybody that I know, because it's my favorite. If somebody gives me a genre of music that you like, and I will give you a Waterparks song that you will like, most likely. Um, if anyone isn't too tired and lurking, give me a genre, and I will literally find a Waterpark song that fits, at least in some modicum, or at least that like vibes with it. I remember I did this for Jam at one point because Jam really liked um Self Sabotage, because that's the song that I assigned Jam's character on Mithril with the Waterpark songs. Um and it really fits them, and they really wanted to listen to more after it, which I was tickled by. More tea for me. Ah, delicious, delicious. On Strictly Business, as he said to the missus after he had left, fixing a face in a compact. This song has a bit of the motif from Favorite Things, from I think Sound of Music, and it's the sole reason why my old YouTube videos used to have like a lo-fi version of Favorite Things as like the intro like music for it. I don't think I did it when I moved to Twitch. I think that's always been Pink Sand, more or less. But originally, it was a lo-fi version of Favorite Things, which I thought was really cute, and I got into because of this song. But I think that part is coming up in a second. Wait, let me look at the lyrics. There's here. There are no raindrops on roses and girls in white dresses and sleeping with roaches and taking best friends on the streets, and before all the stains have a few more of my least favorite things. Raindrops on roses and girls in white dresses and sleeping with roaches and taking best guess on the streets, and before all the stains few more of my least favorite things. Yeah, there it is. I really like that part of the song. It's very, very fun. Intimacy. I'd what a wonderful caricature. Oh, thank you. My voice is very strained right now. So I'm trying not to sing along to the songs. This is the one bad thing about Waterparks, actually, is that I can't sing along to a lot of their songs, unless they are like the acoustic versions. My brain tries to pitch match with whatever I'm listening to, so it's very difficult if I'm listening to a song and trying to sing it. I tend to get better results if I sing whilst like I just have the lyrics up. Even sometimes just having melodies in the background can throw me off because I will try to copy what I think should fill the gap. So acoustics look better for me, or just freestyling, I guess. But yeah, I really love I Felt Younger When We Met, which is the Waterpark songs. I think I gave Rose Bloom again. I don't know if I gave anyone I Felt Younger When We Met in Mithril. I'm gonna check again. Wish there was a. This is 21 Questions by Waterparks, by the way. Okay, let me scroll. Obsession behind the scenes of her and playing 21 Questions. Be a reason. Keep good guy in hiding. I gave Katie I Felt Younger When We Met, which is a beautiful song, both in like its normal version and the acoustic, which there's like only like a 20-second clip on the Waterbox YouTube channel of Austin doing with his guitar. And it is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's such a good song. Actually, if I heard Kitty Burr singing I Felt Younger When We Met, it would be gorgeous. It would be gorgeous. It'd be absolutely gorgeous. I feel like saying something like, "Oh, give me subs and I'll sing the whole song," but also my throat is so bad that I don't even want to put an incentive on it. Also, it feels kind of shitty outside of a subathon to do an incentive like that, but I would sing. Maybe next stream. Don't know when next stream is going to be. But yeah, there'll be another stream soonish. Kind of can't do one this weekend because I've got too many jobs to do. But my dad doesn't get back for another couple of days, so we'll definitely get some stuff in before then. I'm still not tired, but I am toning down a bit. I'm drinking this tea too quickly because it's almost all gone. It's good. It's good. The honey helps. I'm almost finished it. I maybe should have got a bigger cup. I could probably get another tea. It might start making me feel tired in a bit. Because I can feel like my energy waning slightly, but I want to I might go for the 5th hour. Because I did say I was like, I could stay up till 1 a.m. That'll be fine. I might stay up till 1 a.m. I had this problem this week of not going to bed until 1 a.m. because I kept not realizing what time it was. And now I am willingly staying up till 1 a.m. So yeah, that's something. That's something that I haven't done. I haven't done I Don't Know How, but They Found Me songs with new people. With the new people. So that could be something that I could do because there's plenty of those to use. I just find it as like a fun little exercise sometimes, you know? You can never ascribe a song perfectly to characters unless the song was written for those characters, but you can get pretty close. Some of them I fudge, especially with characters who we haven't got to see a lot. But it's just a fun little thing that I like to do. I feel like Karma is definitely Speak of the Devil. Or Mix Sinister is a good I Know How But They Found Me song that could work. Honestly, maybe for Karma or Allura. I don't know. I'll have to go listen to stuff. The thing of I Know How But They Found Me songs is just like very edgy, but like I listen to emo music, so of course they're gonna be edgy. Yeah. What was other? High Hopes was the overplayed bitch for Panic at the Disco. I forgot that song existed. I pushed it out of my brain. There was other stuff that Skylar suggested I talk about other than music. Writing or like my next long-term project. I don't want to talk about the long-term project because I do not know if it is going to happen or not. I should really just go back. I have like a whole emo playlist I could play stuff on. You know what? We're going to listen to Fandom because I like all of the songs on that album, and some of them are my favorites. And I Felt Younger When We Met is the last one on it, so we're gonna have that playing. But yeah, I don't want to talk about my next project, other than it. I want to do another Minecraft roleplay series after Mithril, and I want it to be similar to how Mithril has been run, but I want it to be run better with a staff team. And yeah, it's gonna be very different than Mithril. It's gonna be one season, probably a long season, probably running at least a year. But one season, planned out more, but not scripted. And yeah, hopefully with just like a solid collective of people for staff and as members to help out and do things. And that's as much as I really want to say about it, because it's still a very 50-50 if it even exists ever. So I will leave it at that. As for like writing, I don't know. I'm not like a perfect expert writer. I get very self-conscious of my writing very easily to structure a grand story. That is a very difficult thing, and I want to preface this by saying Mithril is the grandest thing that I have done so far. With the 2 books that I mentioned that I want to write are both very grand in that they are like long-spanning things with complicated plots and world building and that kind of stuff. But they are not in production yet. So just know my experience comes from running a Minecraft SMP, which I do not like. If I was to give my Mithril SMP a grade on its storytelling, if I would give it a 7 at best, which is pretty high, but I think it could go lower. And like it's yeah. So take it with a grain of salt, but I think what I like to do with stories, at uni 70% is still a first top grade. I mean, I guess 7 still feels pretty far away. Maybe more of a 6. But I think for the amount of effort that's been put into it, I feel like a 7 qualifies at least a little bit. That's my personal judgment. but I'm biased because I run the fucking thing, but I'm also very self-critical, but I'm also judging it based on what everyone else who is a part of it has done, so it feels unfair if I was to grade it any lower, because so many people have tried to put effort into this and make it something amazing. But yeah, I am not a beacon of writing advice. I did good in my English class. I did good in my college class, which was not an English graded class, but it was completely theory-based and essay-driven. And I have been praised by my friends for my writing ability. That does not mean that my writing is good. It just means their standards could be low. But I'm also very self-critical. But for a grand story, so to say, I think having an understanding of other narratives is always useful. One thing to be aware of is nothing is ever truly original, technically. Whether you are inspired by something to make another thing, or like something you make coincidentally has a lot in common with something that you've never seen before, or you directly draw inspiration from something else that already exists. That is all fine and perfect so long as you're not deliberately and purposefully stealing and ripping something off. Like, you can do that in fan fiction and it's fine. Do it in something that you publish and make, like, a living from. Pretty bad. Don't do it. But having an understanding of certain narrative tropes and analyzing what media you yourself like is a great baseline for figuring out what you want to do and what story you want to make. So with both of my current story ideas and like Mithril to some extent, I'm a really big fan of fantasy as a genre. I also like the luxury that a modern day environment gives, and also the ease of understanding to both a viewer and anyone engaging with that material as to what the modern world is, which is why Mithril is an urban fantasy, but because it's set in Minecraft with very low mods, it comes across as like a full fantasy, just, you know, with modern terminology, which is also fine. It's sort of like the Owl House with like Luce is from a proper like modern 21st century world, like our world practically. It's our world basically. And then the Demon World is like a whole different like high fantasy sort of area where like the stuff that she's familiar with doesn't exist and is very different. And she's a POV character because she gives us an understanding and view into that world. And being aware of different tropes, but also knowing that just because a trope exists does not mean that you have to cover it. I tend to overthink things a lot. There's a trope called the 5-man band, which is a very prevalent dynamic trope. And what it basically is when you have 5 primary characters in a cast, they usually fall into these 5 archetypes, which can be messy. And even the founding, like, 5-man band archetype, being the pilgrims from the Journey to the West, is not a proper fit for this archetype, realistically. But to pull an example out of my ass, I guess I want to say Voltron, but Voltron also isn't like a great example of this trope. This is what I mean, is it's a hard trope. But my point of it being, the 5-man band trope basically says if you have 5 main characters, they will likely fall into these 5 archetypes, or no matter what number of characters you have, they are going to be one of these archetypes or multiple of these archetypes at once in some capacity. And that is being, you have the leader, like the protagonist, the one in charge, the lancer, who is there as a foil to the leader, kind of like doesn't necessarily need to be an antagonist to them, but kind of is like someone who pushes them to be better, or who like is their antithesis or something, but in like a more friendly capacity commonly. Avatar Last Airbenders actually has a great 5-man band, which I'll slot people into in a minute. Then there is the tough guy, the smart guy, and the heart, which previously was just called the chick because there would usually be a token girl. Avatar: The Last Airbender, Aang is the leader, Sokka is the smart guy, Katara is the heart, Toph is the big guy, and then Zuko slots in as the Lancer at the end, which starts off like villainous, becomes better, but he's still kind of like the one who pushes the gang and is more of a different approach than the rest of them. And I got into a thing of overthinking that trope so much because I was like, oh, if there's 5 characters in something, then they must all fit into 5-man band. But that's not how writing works. You can be like, oh, I want to have a powerhouse in my story, or I want to have like a Lancer type beat. But that does not mean you have to have the other archetypes. So I highly recommend watching any trope talk video by Overly Sarcastic Production when story crafting, because they talk about a lot of tropes, they analyze a lot of things. Their detailed diatribes is a great way to get a media analysis of certain things and how you can incorporate that into your storytelling, because 9 times out of 10 they're about storytelling, unless Blue is taking the front on one, but most of the time still they have ones on Marvel, on like comics, on Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. They have a lot of them, basically, is what I'm saying. They have a lot of little analysis, like I said, little analysis, like hour-long analyses of varying things and media and what is good about them, what could be bad about them, what stuff they like, what stuff they don't like. So I guess that all goes into your inspiration and like planning, and I guess that's the main thing with structure on a grand story, is getting an idea and then fleshing that idea out, which is probably more of a direct thing. So if I was to compare this to Mithril, when me and Sky sat down, we didn't have a lot to work with other than it was Minecraft, and we had the Mithril mineral like item and tools already on the server. And we basically worked off of their existence and the world that we already were in. And I was like, okay, we have this pretty like barren new Minecraft world. We have this special metal which can only be crafted. And at that point, before any lore had happened, Karma had shown up in one of Ava's streams when I was fucking around. And we'd had a god who was a disembodied voice who I called Bucket as a joke. Because we were just fucking around. It was the kind of lore that you did when you were just being stupid. And those are our starting concepts. And what we built from that was, there were 3, at the time, there was 3 of us running the thing. So we went, okay, 3 arcs, 3 deities, 3 kind of plot points or antagonists. And we exist in this ancient world, which, yeah, Bucket, I know. We exist in this ancient world that we have recently been able to visit and discover. I incorporated the Minecraft barrier that existed as just a staple of the game into the story, because I was like, why are people in this world now, and what made them want to come to this place? 3 is a great number because of the rule of 3, which in itself is a trope. And it is just a satisfying number to leave things on, despite not being a prime number. If you are writing, if you are doing a list 3 things. If you are looking for like MacGuffin items or just like need important stuff, have 3 items. You can also do 5, but I feel like that can get messy. Great example of this is Lego Monkey Kid. Season 3, they have 5 MacGuffin items that they have to find, and it is very, like, they spend the whole season finding those items, and it's very satisfying, and it's very good, and each of the items gets time to breathe, and they get time for stuff in between those items, as well as setup for the season at the start. Season 5 has, oh, that's funny, they matched the season numbers. Season 5 has 5 items that they have to find, and you can tell that it was rushed because they find the 2 of them at the same time. And there is no reason for that. It is partly because they were not given a special for season 5, unlike all the other seasons, which mean they had 40 less minutes to work with. And meant they had to have a finale in the season and not save it for the special, which definitely meant it struggled a lot more. But that's the thing that you got to think about is like pacing, such a thing. But rule of three is a really big important thing, and that is what kind of tied the whole idea of the three arcs in Mithril. Splitting things into three arcs is also a very common thing. When you're writing something, you have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And that is how Mithril arcs worked, is we had the arc 1, arc 2, arc 3, the final one. And each of those arcs you can also kind of split into 3 points. Kinda. It's not perfect. But like the beginning of arc 1 is getting the first book. That's the entire incident. That's what pushes people to do things. Also, having an insider incident to your story to be like, this is why we're doing things. This is where we're going from this. Insider incident in Mithril could have been everyone coming to the valley, but because it's a server, the insider incident was a tour and being introduced to Karma and being given a mission, a mystery by her to get people invested. That's the beginning. Midpoint was probably the third book. Maybe. It was whichever book I wasn't with Elle and Cloudy to find, the one they found in the water under the harbor. Because that one I remember that being like a pretty big deal on the planning side, because it was like, I need these two to find this by themselves, and that sort of served as like a good middle point. I guess anything could be the middle point after that part. Mithril isn't a great example of doing like a beginning, middle, and end, because it kind of all just flowed together in arc 1 especially. So I guess I could find a better example, but I'm struggling off the top of my head. I guess I guess arc 2 as a better example would be, we had like the love festival and like my character's wedding, and then the auction, which is like a big midpoint event, and then the tower at the end. That is your beginning, middle, and end. We have like new people showing up. We have Allura making herself known to be more important, and then the auction is when all of the souls start like getting fucked around and stuff. They're not perfect examples, and it's hard to really structure, but the point is, rule of three is like really big and important and goes into everything. And it's probably one of the like most prevalent narrative devices used in just everything nowadays. Another example of a like 5-step thing, Infinity Stones, 5 fingers on a hand, 5 stones for the gauntlet, fit into a movie pretty fine, but they they had some build up in other movies, I guess, but yeah, it that is like actually a good example. I do think so, actually. But it's hard to really go through this. The best advice I can give is just watch over the sarcastic production. They don't go into story crafting, but they tell you a lot about tropes and give you a better understanding of narratives. They give examples. Do be prepared to be spoiled for a number of things. Does Genshin fit into that rule? The rule of 3? No. But Genshin is an interesting thing. Video games, JRPGs especially, I'd say Genshin has a beginning, middle, and end, but because we are not at the end yet, it's hard to draw the line. So I guess the best way to judge it in terms of Genshin would be the stuff with Dainsleif, because there is an even amount of okay, if anything, like, it's really hard to do in a satisfying way, because my leading theory for Genshin, we have Natlan now, we're gonna get Chesnaya next. We're definitely either getting Khaenri'ah or whatever like heaven area exists. I forget what it's called. Yeah. You're helping write a video game with 8 regions/acts. Okay. That is a more precise question that can be helped with. Let's use Genshin as an example, since that is what we're drawing from. The way that Genshin kind of works is every region does have a beginning, middle, and end. A beginning, middle, and end does not have to be a precise set of things. Oh my god, Jam! We were talking about you earlier, bestie! Hi! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are currently talking about story crafting and that kind of thing. I've been live for like 5 hours almost, so probably not going to go for much longer, but I hope you had a lovely, lovely stream, Jam. I hope you had a lovely time. You mostly have with programs with management, but we are stumped on writing. Okay. Writing something that big is very complicated. I'd say it could potentially be a good idea to narrow your scope to something smaller. Or thinking about how relevant each place is going to be. And definitely analyzing existing media. So for like a modern example, Genshin Impact, Aishike, I think, is the lore person who I watch most of the Genshin videos from. They don't do like narrative analysis, they do lore analysis, but I think they also do update recaps, which include story beats. So that could be an interesting place to go and look at. Any Genshin channel could be good to look at. Thank you, mods, for shouting out, Jam. Love you, bestie. Other like examples could be other popular JRPGs that exist. The Persona franchise tend to have pretty big expanding casts and stories. They're like 100-hour games, so watching like a full video on the story of those games or even just the cutscenes could be an interesting avenue to look into. People won't do that. That's fair. I will find them for you. Give me a second. I do not know how to pronounce their name or spell it. I just know it is like Aishike. Let me find them. Ah, yes. ASHIKAI. Their profile on YouTube is a little like ginger person. They do a lot of really good update and lore analysis and theory videos on Genshin Impact, as well as Star Rail. I think they've started doing ones on ZZZ as well, which is very, very good. Persona, for a more modern example, but could give you an idea of how to structure a long story like that and how they kind of split things up, because those games have very expansive casts, as opposed to like regions, but they also do have a lot of like levels, which is like another interesting avenue. For an older example, not a perfectly well-written example, but Skies of Arcadia is a game that I recently found out about. It is a Sega game that was made for fucking like early 2000s, maybe late 1990s. Really cool game. You play as sky pirates. There's a bunch of different locations that you go to in that game. And it's definitely a dated story, but it's interesting for its different like regions and like starter example, I guess. For example, a grand long story. Now if you say what I think you're gonna say, I might just scream, Chris Chilzo. Let me have a sip of my tea. I know I said I'd end at 1 AM, but I'm thinking of how to help Skylar, so I want to do that now. My tea's gone kind of cold, but it's okay. I've kind of drunk it all anyway. Genshin kind of splits each region into its own free... No, Skylar, I refuse! I refuse! No, I'm having fun. If I wasn't having fun, I would end, but I'm having fun. Genshin kind of splits each of its regions into its own free acts. So, honestly, best advice I could give, watch a video that explains the free act process, and hopefully it will have examples. I do not believe there is an overly sarcastic production video specifically about a free act structure, but there is definitely a narrative video that exists out there about it. I could not off the top of my head ascribe it to Genshin, but I know that they all definitely work in a free act structure every region. With like little in-between bits slotted in for all the events and stuff, but you don't really take those into consideration with whatever you're doing. So like Mondstadt begins with you waking up on the beach and then finding Venti and then Amber and then heading to the city and stopping Dvalin. And that is like the beginning of that whole quest line. The middle bit is what really stumps me when doing an act structure, because the beginning is like inciting incident, the middle is usually like a turning point, and the end is the conclusion. So I guess yeah, the middle is always the awkward bit. Yeah, I guess the middle bit of Mondstadt's story would probably be when you're doing stuff with Venti, Jean, and Diluc, and then the end is after you stop the Varlin, or the end is when you stop the Varlin and you get the abyss out of his head, and that's all sorted. And there's definitely a cleaner way to look at it, but it's kind of those sort of things. Leeway, beginning, the death of Rex Lapis, being kind of accused of the crime. Then we learn that they're trying to take... Also, the end of the Mondstadt arc is Venti's... Because Genshin is a long narrative game, for one, we need incentive to... Okay, I'm going to back up, because I am doing what I started this off with, and that is overthinking and then getting hung up on tropes. And free act structure is not a trope, but it does not need to be this complicated, okay? When I started Mithril, the free act structure was mysterious karma, soul-stealing Allura, and wants to cause genocide Warren. That was my free act structure. Though those free acts could then be turned into their own free acts, and it's hard to put that into words, but they are, and they can, and they do, and it doesn't matter. Let's talk about this from a grander perspective. You have 3 regions, and I have no idea what to do with them. Number 1, not 3 regions, 8 regions. Why are you going to these regions? What is the purpose of doing this? Why are you doing it? What is the motivation? If there is not a motivation to go to all of them at the start, what is the motivation in each quote-unquote act going to be? So like in Genshin, the main protagonist's motivation for visiting all of the different regions is to find each of their gods in hopes that they will find the god who took their brother, because they want to know where their brother has gone. However, I think that motivation has changed in to learn a technique, for example. Yeah. Like Avatar: The Last Airbender, lovely example. Or Pokemon with their gym badges, great example as well. You have to gain something from each region. The Traveler doesn't need to gain all the elements. That's not something they're trying to do. It's just something they end up doing as they visit all the regions. On their quest for their brother. Pokemon, you want to get all the badges because you want to be a Pokemon Master, and you have to become a Pokemon Master, you need all the badges to get into the Elite Four. That is kind of a MacGuffin quest in some way, but it's also a proving yourself quest in the terms of that. Avatar: The Last Airbender, less regions, but the main priority for Aang to visit all of these places is to learn the different forms of bending. He starts off already knowing airbending, and has to learn all the others by going to like different places, and he adventures as he goes along, and has a lot of mini stuff going on, but that's like the main thing, as well as like going to like a couple different places to get extra information to, you know, stop the Fire Lord and all that stuff. But overall plot is an item hunt, but we may change that. Item hunt isn't bad. It just depends on why they're hunting for that item and why they have to go to 8 different regions to get those items. For the MC will be the main plot of Region 1, and they team up with the other main characters, then something will motivate them to go to Region 2, maybe nostalgia, then eventually an item hunt plot will emerge, then it turns into a save the world thing right at the end. That feels like a few too many steps. You have 8 regions, 2 of them you do at the beginning. That leaves you with 6. And I guess it's an interesting thought process. It's an interesting structure and way of doing it. It's just very complicated is the problem with it, I think. Especially that you're doing regions and not just like towns or something. Like region makes me think country. And a whole country to play with seems like a really big ask. I get if you're working with a group of people, they're gonna push you to do things. Of a lot of people I'm trying to cooperate with ideas I don't always agree with. That sounds like a lot like Mithril to me. The best thing that I could say to you is learn to put your foot down and learn to go to people, okay, I like that idea, but is there a way we could simplify this? Or is there a way we could make this easier? Because right now what my first thought process is, okay, first town or like first country to get your protagonists together. You don't need to get all of your protagonists together in one place. Another great example that you could draw from would be Dragon Quest, which I have not seen a full playthrough of any Dragon Quest game, but I know they are long RPGs and kind of have somewhat similar stuff going on. You're just the team lead. Well, maybe discuss with the project lead your opinions on stuff. Like, you don't have to be rude about it. You can just be like, I worry that we're going to lose focus, that incorporating everyone's idea is going to make this a hot pile of mess. So maybe just get everybody to write down what ideas they like and would want to do. Yeah, get everybody to put down the ideas they are interested in pursuing or that they have, and then like either sit down with everybody to try and figure things out, or just go with the project lead and be like, okay, we cannot incorporate everything here, but we can incorporate some of these things. Because the benefit of Genshin is that they have a bunch of writers, a bunch of programmers, a bunch of people, and I'm guessing your team is a lot smaller. But when it comes to characters, you do not need to get all the members of your focal party together at once. You have the main character, and then you can gather everyone else as you go along. For example, Avatar: The Last Airbender, you have Aang, Sokka, and Katara, and then you have their animal companions. So far, not all will stay. Yeah, I would probably, like, if you have like people who are supposed to be the writers of that group, probably prioritize what they want to say and do and think, and then talk with the project lead about what is going on. It's kind of delegating things, and that many people is going to be a lot of heads butting, but sometimes you just got to get like a solid like premise, and that's the thing that Genshin has, is they have a solid premise. Well, yeah. They are also a bigger company. Even though Genshin was their stand-up game, they were running for a long time before that. They had a game before that, which they really want to put into. Do you have people split into departments? Okay, then focus on the relevant departments, and it will still be difficult, but I'm sure you can figure it out. But yeah, I go back to my example of Avatar. Like, the group starts with like a trio, which is also a very common structure for a party. Just be 3 people. They do it in the start of Avatar: The Last Airbender, kind of the beginning of the Owl House. Luce kind of has 2 trios, that being Ida and King, and then at school they have Willow and Gus, that's his name, and Gus. and then Amity joins later, and then Hunter, and they have a classic 5-man band, which is cute. And they actually pretty much fit into those archetypes perfectly, which is awesome. But you do not need to gather all your characters at once. Sometimes the story can be aided by gathering characters more slowly. This is something that Persona does really, really well in some aspects. Persona 3, people just kind of show up sometimes. Persona 4 is a little bit better about it. Persona 5 is probably my favorite example, because Persona 5, you start off with a kind of 4-person dynamic. You have the main character, the random cat, who has kind of been their guide, the first friend that you make, and then the girl who you have to save, who then joins your team. And you all have these cool powers or personas, and then you all decide to use them to keep helping people. Trigger warning for the first arc of that game, because the whole point of Persona is you are fighting the dark, like, hearts of people, like their deep, dark desires, the bad, evil sides in the shallow area. I don't remember the full name of this because I have stayed away from Persona stuff purposely since Persona 5 Royale came out, because I wanted to play it myself and I have not. But they start off with 4 characters and then slowly accumulate more as they go to more plot points. So I think the next character they get is Yusuke, who is an art guy, and they are investigating his father figure, like, art teacher, who has been plagiarizing people. Also, the trigger warning was because the first person they are dealing with in Persona 5 is a gym teacher who has been doing some very bad stuff to Anne, and it's not good at all, and he's a disgusting pervert. But they pick up Yusuke. Yeah, trigger warning for Persona games, but their stories are great. The point of Persona games is to handle some problematic topics. Like, the big part of Persona 5 is that you should not always trust or believe in authority figures. The way they frame the story is the protagonist that you play as is telling this story to a police officer in an interrogation room, and you are playing through all the moments that happened before that. And it's really interesting, but also really dark. But yeah, Persona starts off with 4 main characters, and then each mission that you do, you get a new one. So the next mission, you get Yusuke as a part of your team. After Yusuke, you get Makoto, I believe. After Makoto, story base. It's very interesting. Persona has like a long standing series. It's one of the Shin Megami Tensei games by Atlas. Persona 3, 4, and 5 are the most like highly acclaimed. I would probably say Persona 3 has the darkest story. It just got a remake. All of the games are in quote-unquote the same world, but different parts of Japan, and personas are like the reflection of a person's soul that they can summon using various means, usually in a world parallel to the real one. So in Persona 5, they have like the midnight hour, which is an extra hour at the day after midnight, between midnight and 1 a.m., which only a certain people can see. And it's not just like the main characters who you play as. There are a couple of like villains and stuff who can also experience in it, and all of those people can use personas. But it is special. It is a special ability. In Persona 4, there is a TV world where people can literally, certain people can walk through TV screens, and there is a world in TV screens where you fight your shadow self. And then Persona 5, there is a phone app which you can use to travel to the metaverse, which is the entire city of Tokyo, but also certain areas which a person is like very closely associates with themselves and their own dark desires will manifest as what they call a palace, which they name after the first one that they find, which is an actual castle, I think. And yeah. But when I said about these games being dark, Persona 4, they just have tarot cards, because also they have social links, and all the characters, even non-playable ones, are linked to a major arcana of the tarot deck. So in that game, they have cool glasses that will let them see shadows in the TV world, and they're super cool. And they also have tarot cards, which they just break,
and then they summon their persona. Persona 5, they get costumes with masks because they are thieves, and they rip their masks off in order to summon their personas. But that also makes their face bleed, which is really dramatic whenever they first unlock their personas, but a little bit graphic. Persona 3. Persona 3, they have these apparatuses which they use to summon their personas, and what I mean by that is they're guns and they shoot themselves. There is the opening cutscene to Persona 3 includes a scene of one of the main characters holding a gun to her head and not being able to pull the trigger, which seems really concerning until you realize that all the characters shoot themselves every time you're in combat to summon their personas, because that's how they work in that game. This is what I mean about it being really dark, but they're really good stories. I just can't talk about them without giving a trigger warning. Yeah, Persona 3 is the darkest of them. Persona 3 was like the first Persona game to get really big, because this is why no one talks about Persona 1 or 2. They're probably still good games, but I don't know a lot about them. But Persona 3 was kind of the standout that got them big. Persona 4 was like really highly heralded. Persona 4 is probably the... I was gonna say Persona 4 was the tamest, but then I remembered the whole point of that game is you are trying to catch a serial killer who is using the TV world to murder people. So you were also basically playing with a Scooby Gang. But there's also some problematic stuff in it because they have one character who likes to cross-dress, and then they have another character who is pretending to be a man because they want to be a part of the police force. And it kind of skirts a little bit uncomfortably into the trans territory, and it's uncomfortable because of the way that they handle it. But that's kind of a thing of the time that it was released. They're made by Japan, so I'm just not gonna touch on it. And again, Persona 5's whole thing is well, there's also a string of murders happening in Persona 5, but they also are trying to like stop really terrible figures, most of whom have power or money or authority. Like the first person they change the heart, they change their hearts by like beating their shadow self, and then they admit to their crimes in the real world. And there's another person who is doing that same thing, but instead of making them change their hearts, they're just killing them, which is bad. Very bad. But like Persona 5, the first person that they tackle is a gym teacher abusing his authority. Next person is a rich art guy who is plagiarizing people, and being a massive dick. I'm pretty sure after that, it's the literal mafia who is extorting teenage students at their school for various reasons. I don't remember who's after. Oh, it's this one character's. Oh wait, no. One of the protagonists they have to face, because she has depression, and they need to save her from herself. Basically, she's not a bad person. She's just has a massive guilt complex, and it's really sad. And then there's this one character's dad, who is a rich billionaire, gazillionaire, who is trying to marry her off to this rich guy who doesn't actually love her, and is a capitalist. Also at the end of every Persona game, they also fight God. Yeah. I was supposed to be helping Skylar with their game. You know what, Skylar? This is probably a better thing for me to not rack my brain over on stream. So
if you have any questions or need advice, feel free to DM me. Feel free to DM me whenever you want. With anything that you want. I'll quickly go back to your 8-act structure. Genshin is definitely your best reference point. I highly recommend the Akeshi videos. Ashikai videos, I mean. Those would be great. They recommend a lot of people in their own videos that I would recommend checking out as well. I just don't have any names off the top of my head, but there's a lot other people in them that you can look into for direct references. Persona, if you want about managing not so much the regions, but the long plot points. Those games are very long though. Yeah, that's fair. I haven't played Genshin in a while either. But yeah. Also the ethic issues is a big problem, but that's just like a thing in all of China, I learn. I did some Googling. China's not a great country for ethics, as it turns out. Yeah, it's kind of a cultural stigmatism, but that doesn't justify it at all. Especially when I don't actually know. Yeah, it's very widespread. Yeah, I don't actually know what it's like in Japan. I don't know if it's any better. My only thought process for that is the Fire Emblem games, which has progressively gotten not only more diverse in their skin tones, but also in their gay characters. Fire Emblem Three Houses had not a lot of diversity, but more diversity than previous Fire Emblem games had, at least. And a lot of bisexual characters, which is very nice. And then the Fire Emblem Engage has I don't know if I'd say better diversity, but at least more blatant, maybe. And every character in that game is bisexual. So, but I'm pretty sure that they're Japan. And I don't know what Japan is, but also I feel like a big audience of them is Western. So, as mission statement sometimes, and it's still doing it is questionable. Popular, so it's setting a standard for games worldwide. Yeah, I know with China specifically, they have a lot. They keep making new weird laws for their video games because you got to remember that video games were banned in China for a really long time, or like you couldn't get a lot of consoles there apart from computers because they could also be used for work. So that's not a justification. It just means they were kind of behind until more recent years. And their government is really bad, so they keep making different laws and stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure Venti is a girl in the Chinese version of the game. Because they don't like feminine boys for some reason. And they don't have any laws against skin diversity in the country, but it's a very big stigmatism. And for a game company that is set, like, we're not set in that country, but being made out of that country, I'm sure there's probably some issues. But it's also a cultural thing. It's just really bad. It's just like, it's a very compelling argument of like, I feel like I'm gonna get myself in trouble on this stream specifically. I guess it's just a interesting thing of the world that we have a standard in Western society that we expect every other part of the world to meet, when honestly not all of Western society is even fully meeting that standard itself. But it's doing better than some places, which I think is the main premise and the main point. Thing is, not being from other countries means we don't really fully understand everything going on with them or how behind they are on a couple of concepts. Never justifies it, never is a good thing. Just kind of means there are a lot of things that we don't know about different places, and a lot of places that are unwilling to learn or have governments that won't let them really experience a lot of stuff. So yeah, it's all like a complex issue. I'm not an ethics person. I try not to think about the current state of the world because it makes me depressed. But yeah, I do think it's interesting in like a morbid way. But yeah, it's just very bad overall. It's very bad. But yeah, my throat is getting very, very sore, so I think we'll go for like another 5 minutes just to round out to the half hour. And then we'll call it. But I've been having a lot of fun. Why the fuck are people I know live right now? I'm checking if oh my god, yep. Getting a Bear is also live right now. That's very funny. That's very funny. That's very, very funny. I will have to check people out after. Yeah, Katie's still alive. I hope that Katie's gonna end soon. Because oh boy, I mean Katie doesn't have school, it's a weekend, but you know, both the UK besties. I'm just looking for someone to raid in a minute. I am fucking need to piss. I already went for a piss earlier. But you know how it be, you know how it is. But yeah, very interesting narrative discussion. Thank you for getting my brain thinking, Skylar. I really like the lore of Genshin. It probably is tomorrow. I was thinking it was probably tomorrow. I just did not know. I haven't been keeping up with MCCR in a while. MCCR is like one of those things that is a massive opportunity for like small creators, and I think this MCCR particularly, I feel like they have done a better job, at least from the few teams that I've noticed. I don't really keep up with it on Twitter very often. It feels like they've done a lot better at bringing in smaller creators who are actually small. And I like that they're giving them kind of a mentor. I think that's very sweet. I think that's very cute for their teams, and it also means that, you know, people who only really care about MCCR for wanting to be a part of it, or it's incredible that Rose and Katie are both on it, and Lid. Like there is like a couple people I know on it, and I'm very proud of them. I remember seeing them and being like, "Yo, I love you guys! Oh my god!" I was very excited for them. I'm very proud of them. They're gonna do amazing. I know. Yeah, Lid is on the same team as Rose. Which is very cool. But yeah, I don't keep up with MCCR a lot. I don't keep up with MCCC a lot anymore. I'm not a big tournament, like, I don't play those kind of games very often. I played MCC Island when it first came out. I paid to get early access, but it was more so to stream with my friends and hang out than it was a super mega interest thing. I definitely like some parts of it. I like to get to the other side quite a bit. And I like the slime wall one, and I like parkour. I like those things on the server, but yeah. Yeah. I know what my point was. It's a great opportunity, and I'd love to be a part of it myself someday. I purposely did not put my name down this time because I just wasn't doing a lot in the community. But it's very, very cool. I feel like a lot of, like, that's the issue of it, is most people who are interested in MCCR just want to be a part of it, because they want to be in actual MCC, but MCCR is probably the best they're gonna get. In a lot of cases, at least. I can go into a whole rant about the MCYT community, but then again, I haven't been super active in it in like a while, so I feel like I would be a little bit disingenuous of me to talk about it. But yeah, it's very cool. Not my thing. It's like, oh, if I got the opportunity to be a part of it, I would love to be a part of it. But it's just a cool little event, you know? It's just a cool little thing. But I'm definitely gonna have Katie and Rose's streams pulled up when they're doing it tomorrow. It might be starting when I have a recording session tomorrow. Actually, no, it should be like a couple hours afterwards. More likely. I don't rightly know. But I will have to see. I will have to see. But yeah, this has been a fun video. Like I said, I feel like about Linkin Park lol. I will check that out after stream. I will have very fun. I always feel like, especially like more so when I do just chatting streams where all I do is talking, that I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Um, because I one, I try to be careful about things that I say. But two, I just like to talk, and sometimes my mouth definitely moves faster than my brain. So, I hope I've not come across as like a massive dick. I feel like I've talked about a couple of things that were a little bit too serious for the tone of today. But you know, I hope it's been enjoyable at the very least, seeing me make a fool of myself and ruin my throat completely. Yeah, I need to actually sort out all of my VODs. Because I haven't uploaded them to my YouTube in a bit. Also, the 12-hour subathon I do have uploaded to YouTube. I just don't have them public because I keep not doing the thumbnails. I'll do them soon, I promise. I'm gonna keep forgetting about it, but I promise I'll do it soon. I'm gonna get on top of it, I promise. But yeah, I think for the virtue that Katie Gobert should go to bed, or should be asleep right now, we might raid Rose. Katie's been going for 2.5 hours, yeah. Okay. If you want to check out Katie, you can. We're gonna raid Rose just because, I think Katie should not be raided. I think Katie should go to bed. So, we're gonna start a raid to the lovely Rose Thunder. Everybody get in. Everybody go see Rose if you want to. Get ready for MCCR tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow. Thank you for sticking with me for this stream, everyone who is here. I know I've been doing this for 5.5 hours. I'm tired. You're tired. We're all tired. I will see you guys later. I'm gonna sleep for like 8 hours. Okay? Love you guys. Bye!